Hey Ian, how are you?
Hey, good to see Mario.
All right, man. So, is it over? Let's just go right into it. I've been saying for a while, it's over, it's over, it's over. People smarter than me disagree. My audience is getting pissed off because I keep repeating it. I just, as long as pragmatic heads prevail, I think it's over. I'm a bit skeptical on the Iranian side. They seem to be a lot more emboldened than they were before. So they're the ones that worry me more than Trump. Trump to me just is desperate to get
Yes,
out of this.
Trump really wants to get out of this. It's clear
Exactly,
from
exactly, exactly.
everything he's done since announcing the ceasefire. I mean, the fact that he has extended the ceasefire indefinitely, having gotten literally nothing but the hand from the Iranians, makes it very clear we need out, right? We need out. But of course, that provides leverage to the Iranian position. And they have a lot more information on the pressure that Trump is under, on the opposition he's facing, than the Americans do on the Iranians. So this is asymmetrical, right? And it is tough. Trump didn't want to have to put the blockade back on. He didn't want to have to stop Iranian ships because that only means higher costs for everybody. But he did it because he understands he needs to show at least a little bit of credibility and leverage given the last several weeks.
Why is he putting up the blockade? So the argument that others are making, they're like, Mario, if Trump really wants it over, then when Arachi declared that the Strait of Hormuz is open, now I know there's a dispute whether IRGC approved it or not, and they said no, it's not open, and there's a recording that came out.
Right.
Exactly, yeah. The whole media, the Iranian media, started attacking him. But why would Trump not reciprocate when that happened? Why would he keep his blockade on and even board an Iranian ship?
Look, it was just a few days before the talks were supposed to happen in Islamabad. And I think Trump feared, because those talks were going, the negotiations in advance of those talks were going slowly. He feared, I'm going to send Vance out there, we're not going to get to yes. So I need for at least a few days to show them that I'm capable of putting more pain. I'm capable of forcing the Iranians off of all of the revenue that they've been receiving. Because otherwise, what is their incentive for giving me anything as opposed to just drawing out talks? That's always the danger, is that Iran, the best position for Iran is engage in negotiations, but continue to charge tolls. You've got influence over the strait, and no one's stopping you. No one's doing anything at this point. Trump did not want that to be seen as a credible policy, even though the blockade that Trump has imposed is only selectively imposed. And you've already seen several Iranian ships, mostly looks like laden with goods for China, have been allowed through by the U.S. military. And clearly they could have been stopped if they wanted to. So even here with the blockade, the answer to your question, Mario, is no, he is concerned about the money, and he doesn't want to actually squeeze them as much as he could.
Let's look at what Axios said, because I'm really trying to understand what's going on in his mind. So 2 takeaways so Axios did a report on Trump's thinking. Number 1, Trump will not resume the war until every diplomatic option has been exhausted. And 2, the ceasefire extension is not open-ended. Iran has days, not weeks. That's according to Axios earlier today.
Trump is giving Iran things, obviously.
Yeah. So exactly, they do kind of contradict each other. The whole days thing, I think, doesn't really mean anything, because I don't know. Like, can't he just walk away as well, Ian? Like, we're talking about a ceasefire. Can't it be an indefinite ceasefire and that's it? He's already declaring victory. I think the CNN put out a statement that the White House put out a statement saying, we won. Iran's military has been completely destroyed. It is a win for us. So if he's already fabricated a win and created his own off-ramp, taken his own off-ramp, why does he need to do anything else? Why can't he let Iran charge?
He's obviously not comfortable with that off-ramp, doesn't think it's credible, frankly, even though, for many MAGA supporters, it is whatever he says it is. But this war is still very unpopular, and the outcomes of this war are going to be unpopular if that means that you continue to have the strait disrupted. So ultimately, look, I think that Trump is capable of declaring victory and not accomplishing things on a bunch of fronts. We've already seen in the first round of negotiations, he has given up on ballistic missiles. He said, well, that's really for the regional states to negotiate with Iran. I don't worry about that. Gulf states, the Israelis are upset about it. Doesn't matter. He's declaring victory. He hasn't engaged on Iranian support for proxies, which was an initial demand that he made. Left that aside. So, I mean, in principle, Trump has already unilaterally taken off two of the demands that the Americans made at the beginning of the war. That leaves the nuclear front and it leaves the Strait. The nuclear front has been tough to negotiate. They've gotten some progress with the Iranians that are negotiating, and I fully understand that that is different from the Iranians that have to implement the actual deal, but they've made progress in saying that they would be willing to get rid of, to hand over all of the enriched uranium stockpiles that presently they have in Isfahan, so the Americans wouldn't need a military operation to remove it. And then there's been a bunch of fighting around for what period of time the Iranians would be willing to verifiably not have any enrichment, not even civilian enrichment. That would be a tougher agreement than JCPOA with the Iranians and the Obama administration and many other countries. Depending on when you talk to the Iranians, they've been saying 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The Americans have said 20, but that piece has not been agreed to, nor exactly what kind of economic goodies are coming from the U.S. and other side. And then you have the question of the Strait. So I agree with you, Mario. In principle, Trump has already answered even both of those questions. In principle, he has occasionally said that actually we don't need to take the enriched uranium out, because if the Iranians try to dig it out, the Americans have satellite coverage. They can go, or the Israelis can go and hit them hard before they'd ever get close to it. That's number one. Number two, Trump has occasionally said, but infrequently, that the Strait isn't America's problem. The U.S. doesn't get oil from the Strait. That's for other countries to deal with. So we can just walk away. But to be clear, when you suggest that why doesn't he take his own off-ramp, you and I both know that Trump has contradicted himself frequently on both of those points, including over the last several days. So it's not like, I mean, for us to sit here and say Trump's given himself an off-ramp, why hasn't he taken it? He certainly hasn't been consistent himself in the way he has set himself up to, I can just declare victory and end this. I think that is the right thing for him to do, because I think that every day this war goes on, every day the blockade continues, is a worse day for Trump, a worse day for the American economy, a worse day for America's relations with allies all over the world, and a worse day for the global economy. So I don't think he benefits from extending the war, but he does not yet fully accept that. He's not prepared to grasp a victory that he knows is a failure.
A pretty spectacular failure at that. Like
a spectacular failure.
Iran is not giving any concessions.
The worst foreign policy mistake of Trump's administration either time. I would certainly say that.
Of any administration for many years, that was a horrible mistake. I do want to give him credit for getting out of it, though. He could have kept the war going. People were talking about a ground invasion, which I'm going to ask you about in a while. There's a lot of
not out of it yet. I hope you are right, Mario. I don't know if I'm right, because I say the war is over because I think both sides want it to be over. But the Iranians keep surprising me. They're really good negotiators because they know they have the upper hand, or maybe there's factions within Iran that don't mind the war continuing, which would be insane because they are getting pummeled throughout this war as well. Like Iran is suffering as a country, significantly as well. But they can sustain this longer than the global economy. You and I would not be surprised if they can't come to agreement internally, given that 150 leaders of this government and military have been assassinated. Clearly, there's going to be disagreement. Many of these leaders have only been in their roles for a matter of weeks. They're inexperienced. It's hard to communicate with them. It's going to be hard. I mean, you remember how long it took just to get the Qataris to get a message to Hamas military leadership. and back. Like, it is hard. And, no one has actually heard from or seen directly the new Ayatollah, whose parents, the supreme leader, whose parents were both assassinated by the Israelis. So, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if his view has more to do with vengeance than it does purely sitting you and I talking rationally from thousands of miles away, saying, well, this is what they should do to protect their regime. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not quite the way that he or some of his colleagues in the IRGC are perceiving this. I wouldn't. And I also think that they have managed to show that they have more leverage against Trump than they would have assumed, before the war started. So I think it's probably a combination of both of these things. I don't think it's one or the other. And the third point is that Trump is having a hard time truly getting to yes, since it is an ugly, ugly admission, no matter how he sells it. Then you have the related point. Let's assume, Mario, that you're right and that Trump is going to announce a win. And he continues to extend the ceasefire. And whether talks happen or not, there is some nominal agreement that Trump says, here's a framework of principles that the Americans and the Iranians, facilitated by Pakistan, are prepared to engage in. You and I both know that going from there to actual implementation is going to be extremely difficult, take a long time, and maybe doesn't work. We also know that while that's happening, Israel could easily restart their war in Lebanon, maybe even restart strikes on Iran. It's only a 10-day ceasefire. And just yesterday, we saw for the first time since the ceasefire started, Hezbollah with a drone strike against Israel. I accept that for now, Netanyahu is saying to Trump, okay, like, while you're working out this deal, we're there, we'll stop fighting. That's time limited if Trump can't actually get a true breakthrough agreement in place. So the Israelis are going to be an issue here too. The Houthis might be an issue. The Iranian militias in Iraq, who look to be responsible for most of the strikes on Saudi Arabia over the last 6+ weeks, they are a factor here. So I do think that getting from the off-ramp that Trump wants, and you and I both agree, Trump desperately wants an off-ramp. He wants this war to be over. This has been horrible for him. But getting from there to a place where we can truly sit down and say, we don't need to talk about the ongoing war because the strait is open and the Iranians are being paid off, or there's some level of reconstruction stability that they're willing to live with. I think we are very, very far from that.
Where do you think Mushtaba's mindset is at? I think he's the one that's going to decide what happens next. And how far do you think they can push before Trump is in the corner and he has to retaliate? Because there's only so much that he can twist into a win. And if they pressure him enough, I'm worried that he will have to, there's no other way to get out of it than to respond militarily. Or are they even trying to push him to that level?
No, I don't think the Americans are trying to push him that level. I'm also not sure.
Not Americans, sorry, the Iranians, you mean?
The Iranians, I see.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Mushtaba is ultimately the decider. Again, he was not seen, he has good relations with the IRGC, but he was not seen as particularly competent. In this wartime environment, the IRGC, they've got the resources, a much larger percentage of the resources now that there's so much damage to the economy, to the civilian economy that's occurred. They are going to be giving the orders. So, I mean, is the supreme leader really the guy calling the shots that matter in terms of the outcome of the war? I think we don't know. You and I don't have visibility on that. We would only be guessing. But I do think that the willingness of the Iranians to continue to strike, if they can't get their ships out, if they can't make money, the ongoing blockade is unacceptable for them. And so that's why we're seeing them increasingly strike on these ships that are going through. And that's why the Americans are not, I mean, I called it this morning, I called it Operation Selective Fury, right, is what they're doing on the ground or in the water, because they clearly are letting some Iranian ships through. They're trying not to push the Iranians to take steps that would force Trump into action. Now, another thing that is interesting here, and maybe you've seen this already, is that this third aircraft strike carrier group has been sent around the Cape, the Horn of Africa. And so that is the Cape of Good Hope. That's a delay of weeks to actually get into the Gulf. And that's not because they're concerned about the Houthis hitting him in Mamdab. It's because they wanted time. And they also, apparently, the expeditionary forces, a few thousand, have not been given further orders beyond the Strait of Hormuz. They're still before that. So Trump has been fine with not pushing towards, I'm going to have these troops in the region now, I need to use them. And I think that's because, as much as he's been pushing his own military for, I want you to show me how I can take the oil, I want you to show me how I can ultimately get the Karg Island, and then this is going to be a huge win for me in the world and the global economy and against the Chinese, all the rest. The fact is that his own military advisors have told him just how bad an idea this is, about how American troops are going to have a hard time. He's going to be stuck permanently holding this territory, and they're going to be sitting ducks. And I think he's reluctant to make that order. So the Iranians, I think, have lots of reasons to believe that Trump really doesn't want to escalate. Trump has now, on 5 separate occasions, Mario, warned the Iranians that he was going to destroy all their civilian infrastructure or else. He has backed down every single occasion. So if you are Iranian, you're getting all of this information from the United States showing that Trump, no matter what you do, Trump really is reluctant to restart the fighting, the actual fighting. And that provides a level of operational leverage for the Iranians in the military.
There's the USS George Bush is about to reach the Arabian Sea. So if you put that along with Ghalibaf's comment, Ghalibaf, his personal advisor, said that Trump's ceasefire extension is, quote, a plan to buy time for a surprise strike, and says, quote, the time for Iran to take the initiative has come. So I understand there's rhetoric to pressure the other side, but I just feel they're going too far unless there's something they know we don't know. So is it possible that Trump does actually conduct a surprise strike, that this is still him all over again bluffing as he did twice already? Is that a possibility? And that would make sense as well. It's not too far-fetched. If we see a lot of the commanders, and some people are saying, there was a guy on Fox News saying the best solution for Trump right now is to keep killing the commanders that don't want peace until the ones that want peace are the ones calling the shots.
Sure. But of course, there's also the issue that, is anyone really calling the shots? Yes, they can order proactively strikes on things. They can collect tolls, but that's very different from scuttling an agreement, right? And like, think about the Israel-Palestine negotiations and how close you got with the Camp David Accords, and how Arafat ultimately wasn't prepared to push them through. Why? Because he was weak. Why? Because he feared assassination. Why? Because he thought that it was going to be blown apart by radicals inside his own organization, or outside, but among the Palestinians. And there's a level of that clearly playing out with Iran right now too. You could have relatively unified governance on military strikes, but you could have a faction of the IRGC that has the ability to veto, that has the ability to scuttle any agreement that they would ultimately sign. So if Trump is prepared to simply say, I won, and cut, and so then the Iranians have control of the strait, and a whole bunch of other countries have to do deals with the Iranians to get their oil and goods out. And then you get further development. The Saudis just today talking about a railway to Syria that would get more goods out. Over time, Iran's leverage will go down. Their pricing power will decrease in that kind of an environment.
Yeah.
But unless Trump is prepared to accept that, and you and I both know that the Israelis, the Emiratis are deeply uncomfortable with that outcome. Unless he's prepared to accept that, I think it's going to be very, very hard to get to a negotiated agreement that is implementable between Trump and the Iranians. And no, I don't think, I mean, I hear what you say about Kalibaf's statement. I don't think Trump is planning a surprise attack, because I think he understands that if the Iranians have much more military capability than even the military planners that Trump wasn't listening to, wasn't taking their advice, than they thought. Now that you've had a week of ceasefire, the Iranians are digging out the launch pads and the missile stockpiles that had been hit. And in some case, the estimate is they now have access to some 60% of the missiles that they had pre-war. And we know that some of those missiles are hypersonic and that they've gotten through hardened defenses, like at the Bandar Air Base outside Riyadh, allowing them to target and hit some of the most advanced U.S. warplanes and surveillance planes. We know they were able to hit the massive LNG field in Qatar, 5 years, $20 billion of damage. So, you know, if Trump decides that he's going to reopen the war with a surprise attack, the Iranian willingness to end constraint and attack desalination plants, for example, or other major energy infrastructure.
Oh, they've won. They won today. At least the major cables. They published a detailed map of undersea internet cables that would impact the UAE, where I am, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, impact their internet significantly. And yesterday they published the alternative oil routes that the UAE and Saudi have, the Yanbu pipeline in Saudi, the Fujairah oil facility. And they said the Houthis will close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So they already said in the last 2 days, according through Tasnim, their media outlet, they said that we will destroy the energy infrastructure in the region. That's a third of global oil supply. And number two, we will destroy the cables for the
and if they were even to take a small fraction of those measures or have success with them, then you're talking about $150 oil, major demand destruction, on top of spiraling concerns that are already coming. Every day, I'm hearing more from Europe, from Asian states, from the global south about the demand destruction, about shutting in, canceling air flights, about national emergencies for local fuel levels, all of these things. So I think that Trump is unwilling to take that risk. It's Trump, so never say never, but everything I am seeing, both from him directly, not just his rhetoric, but his actions, from what I'm seeing around the White House, from the cabinet, from allies he's talking to, calling. I mean, he's been talking to the G7 leaders a fair amount over the last several days. He's very proud, for example, of the Israel-Lebanon deal, which he takes full credit for. So that's the ninth
deal. What do you mean deal? There's just a meeting. There's no deal yet. There's just a meeting right now, a 1-week ceasefire.
The 10-day ceasefire, he takes full credit for it. He's calling the G7 leaders and saying, I got that done. This was really great. I'm a peacemaker. I'm focused on peace. But I'm telling you, everything I see from Trump and from around Trump is that this is not a guy who's thinking about a sudden surprise attack on Iran right now. I think your initial instinct and impulse, Mario, is correct, that Trump wants to end this at this point with urgency. He has no one to blame but himself. You saw that, you know, just yesterday he poo-pooed the idea that the Israelis are responsible for him going into this war. He can't possibly give them credit for that, blame for that, because it makes him look weak. So he has no one to blame for this war but him. He owns it. It is all on him. It's not on his cabinet. It's not on Israel. It's not on NATO that won't come to his aid. They weren't involved in this to begin with. He made the decision, and now he's trying to find a way out of it. It is really hard. He's going to get destroyed in midterm elections now. You might have seen that in Virginia, very narrow issue for your audience, but does matter. They just had this referendum that passed, which is going to redistrict another 4 seats for the Democrats in the House of Representatives. This is going to be a landslide win against Trump and against a lot of his supporters come November. There's nothing he can do about it. He can't turn the economy around by November. So this is got to be enormously frustrating for him.
Look at this. It came in while you're speaking. Iran's foreign ministry, quote, "We currently have no plans to negotiate." Trump, let me see how many minutes later, 10 minutes later, Trump, "We may hold negotiations with the Iranians on Friday." Just shows you the disconnect. For anyone watching, just the desperation on Trump's side. And again, I respect that. I respect that he's still pressing for peace, despite the Iranians not giving him an off-ramp. I think he's making it too obvious he wants to end the war. Like the fact, the madman theory backfires when you walk back so many threats. Then
so many times.
Any threats, exactly. Then that strategy will just not work anymore. He's overused it, and he's in a position right now where the Iranians have called his bluff. I don't know what the Iranians want, because it was really obvious they've shown restraint for so many years, and that kind of backfired on them, because one of the reasons he went into this war is that restraint was.
Yeah, he thought that he had their number, that they weren't going to hit him back. Absolutely, that was his view.
Yeah, so now I'm in a position where I don't understand the position of the Iranians. They've made some pretty significant threats. You've got Trump trying to walk back. He offers a ceasefire. The Iranians don't even take him. They keep embarrassing him with those videos they keep posting and the comments they keep making. Trump walked away. He's handed them an olive branch. He's accepted so many concessions. He wanted, as you said, he wanted the proxies dismantled. That's gone. He wanted a complete surrender. That was gone a long time ago. He wanted to cap their ballistic missile program. That's gone. Their nuclear program, we'll see. I think they'll find a middle ground on that one. The Strait of Hormuz, he could easily walk away. So there's nothing. The next question is, I think he'll walk away. Then what does that mean for the region? What does that mean for the Gulf? What does that mean for Israel?
Let's get into that. But there's one other point I would make, and I'm sure the Iranians are aware of this too, is Trump has not formally declared war. And there are a lot of members of Congress, Democrat and Republican, that after 60 days are saying he needs to declare war or we're not going to approve this. He needs to ask us, for formal declaration. And Trump could then say, look, I love the Constitution. I embrace the flag. You saw me hug the flag. I think we should keep going. But I mean, if we can't actually declare war,
they're giving him an off-ramp.
So that's good. That also gives him an off-ramp, and that's coming soon, right? I mean, we're days away from that. So there's another way that Trump could potentially say, okay, I've already won. I've done all these things. And if you were more patient, I could take the oil too. But okay, now this is the problem of the region. Now this gets to the question you were just asking, is what does this mean for the region? And, one of the most interesting things that I see happening is the GCC blowing apart.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because the response from all of the countries where you live right now, Mario, has been very, very different. And they all have security relations with the US, but they're focusing, just like the Europeans are within NATO, they're saying, okay, but how do we take care of ourselves? If we can't count on the Americans for everything, and they cause all this trouble, and they're going to leave us holding the bag, how do we take care of ourselves? Now, for the Emiratis, what their leadership will say is, in a time of war, you really find out who your friends are. And the only people we've really been able to rely on in the region is the Israelis. That's what the Emiratis are saying over the past weeks. And they're going to double.
Don't they blame, don't they blame the Israelis for the war, Ian? They were pissed off at the Israelis. There's the Haptur guy, the Haptur family member, the Haptur.
I remember you and I talked about that. He was blaming the Israelis. That out.
Yeah, he was blaming the Israelis.
It's absolutely not what the government is saying. It's not what the military is saying. It's not what the foreign policy leadership is saying. They are saying that Israel, they are providing us real-time intelligence. They are the ones that want the war to continue. We didn't like the war when it started, but now that the war is happening, we can't leave us in this position, and the Israelis are the ones that are there with us. That's what they're saying. So there definitely is a change in position from the beginning of the war till now. But I think that this is now a government that will double down on the Abraham Accords. They'll double down on their relationship, their security relationship, intelligence relationship, their technology relationship with the Israelis, the Americans, and India. That's where I see the Emiratis heading. Where the Saudis, right, are doubling down on their relationship with Pakistan. The same Pakistan that has been working with China to try to facilitate an end to the war. The same Pakistan that has a nuclear weapons program that Saudi Arabia has been funding. The Emiratis pulled a $3 billion line of credit to Pakistan. Saudi Arabia immediately offered to backfill that money to the Pakistanis. So now you have the Saudis with Pakistan, also Egypt and Turkey, creating a regional quad for their security guarantees and coordinating what they think security is going to look like long term. Now, the Saudis, of course, are much less bothered economically by the damage from the war thus far because they've got 7 million barrels a day that can come out to Yanbu. And as long as the Houthis don't make good on that threat that the Iranians just made. If the Americans pull out of the war, I think the Saudis, in the same way that they've been paying off the Houthis and paying for some of their soldiers' salaries now for the past several weeks, I think that they're going to be looking to pay off the Iranians, facilitated by Pakistan and China, just as we've seen before in Beijing, to say, okay, let's try to make sure that we are not fighting. And I think that the Emiratis will not be a part of that at all. So I think you're going to start to see the emergence of two different security blocks. Now, what buffers that is the fact that both of those blocks will have close relations with the U.S., not just on security and intelligence, but also transactionally, because Jared and others are doing billions and billions of dollars of business with them directly while he's also in the government. But longer term, I could easily see the Saudis tilting more towards China. They're going to be balancing. The Saudi missile systems are already provided by the Chinese because the Americans didn't want to sell the Saudis Tomahawks. I could see them lean more into that, and not as well as on even AI and alignment with core models and rolling that out with the Saudis, because they're not really leading cutting edge on that at all. While the Emiratis with G42 and their Microsoft relationship become a core component of the U.S. military industrial technological complex with Israel. So that's longer term, but I think it's very interesting to watch this play out.
So there's going to be two blocks in the region. UAE and Israel is one. The other one is Saudi, Pakistan, and potentially Egypt and Turkey as well. This is going to be the two major blocks in the Gulf. Now, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain will take sides, but they don't really matter that much. They have to join one or the other. They can't form their own block. But what's the position of each block, UAE and Israel, and then the other one? What will be their approach to Iran? Will it be a rapprochement as we've seen before? Or will we see one do what Saudi and Iran were improving relations thanks to China? The UAE and Israel will not, but I think they have no choice but to all improve relations with Iran.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the Israelis certainly are not going to improve relations with Iran while this is going on. They're going to have a mow the grass strategy going forward. And I think the UAE will be there with them. So that's what I'm saying.
Can that mow the grass strategy where they just keep striking Iran every few months or years to reduce their capabilities? They keep doing it consistently. But do they have those capabilities? We've seen the restraint on the Iranian side before because they didn't want to drag in the U.S. Now the Iranians know the U.S. won't join. So I think the retaliation from Iran will be destructive for Israel. I don't think the mow the grass strategy would work anymore.
That's an interesting question. I have a hard time seeing the Americans, certainly under Trump, saying we're no longer going to be providing that level of defense and support for Israel. I just can't see it. I don't see anyone. No, I don't see that happening.
Wouldn't he be traumatized? I thought he'd be traumatized after this war, and he's also going to be pissed off at Israel for giving him that intelligence or convincing him into the war.
Yeah, maybe.
There's only so much Israel could do.
The relations, Trump is so adored in Israel. He's the most popular politician there. He has done so much for the Israelis over the years in the recognition of Golan Heights, former Syrian territory, as part of Israel.
Syrian, sort of Lebanese, no?
Yeah. And I mean, also his support for what they've been doing in moving the embassy to Jerusalem. That was a big deal. Many presidents said they were going to do it. He's the one that actually got it done. I mean, this is a guy who he helped facilitate the removal, the release of all of the remaining hostages and the remains. Biden wasn't able to do that. When he showed up at the Knesset, this was a wild standing ovation. It's, maybe the only country in the world where Trump is truly much more popular than any of the local leaders.
But does he really care about that? I know he cares, but to what extent? Because he screwed a lot of countries that he had a lot of support in. A lot of European countries loved Trump. He didn't care. A lot of Gulf countries loved Trump. He didn't care. He just did what's best for the US.
I think
he thought what he thought was best for the US.
I think it's different. Look, there are a lot of people inside Trump land that have been criticizing Trump as being Israel first. Tucker Carlson, the most obvious, who recently has broken from Trump quite dramatically, right? I mean, even more so than Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example. So, and Israel is a core component of that. The United States is still providing billions of dollars of military aid every year to Israel, even as Trump has cut it off to almost every other country around the world. Trump gets an enormous amount of funding from the pro-Israel right-wing community inside the United States. It's the Miriam Adelson, that kind of group, very much present in Mar-a-Lago as a strong and continuing force. He's also gotten enormous support from American evangelical Christians who are also wildly pro-Israel for theological reasons that aren't necessarily very interesting, but they are important in aligning Trump. So as I think that his support for Israel is an exception, a notable exception in what has otherwise been a very transactional approach towards other countries around the world.
I don't know. I feel like they've bit off more than they could chew. I feel like
I agree they have
push so far.
I just don't think he's going to change.
Even in he has no choice. Like, this is Trump. When you cross Trump,
do whatever he wants.
Yeah, but when you cross Trump to that level, when he feels he was played, I think that's a red line for him. And we've seen his rhetoric as well when he put out a post saying we forbid Israel from firing at Lebanon or whatever it was. That's the beginning. I know it's not, we have to see more action. For him to force that ceasefire and force it on Israel, for him to force the Lebanese and the Israelis to meet, these are all pretty significant steps. And I'm sure he forced Netanyahu to come to the meeting table with the president of Lebanon.
He did.
We could be seeing the beginning of a change.
I would take, again, you and I will be talking many times in the future. We can come back to this, but I'll take the other side of that bet. I think that Trump sees Bibi as a kind of a mini version of himself. Extremely talented, political survivor, came back from the dead, all of these corruption cases against him, all of this local political opposition. Then October 7th happens on his watch, frankly, and he should have had much better security and intelligence capacity, didn't have it. And now suddenly, he's rebounded. And the U.S., the reality is that the U.S. and Israel in this Iran war are operating almost as if they're the same country in terms of the level of military coordination, the level of intelligence sharing has been extraordinarily high. So as much as it clearly antagonizes Trump that Bibi has pushed for things that are not necessarily in the U.S. or in Trump's personal interest, I think that Bibi gets more of a pass for all of the reasons that I've discussed than any other leader would. So, yeah, I don't think that this is going to lead to a rift between Trump and Israel going forward. I don't see it at all.
Lisa, I'm going to send you through an image. If you can quickly show it to Ian. You know how Trump was talking about the Navy being obliterated. Now, and the Navy and the Air Force. Now, we agreed that's true. We're like, yeah, it's been obliterated, it's been destroyed, but it was never really that consequential anyway. We knew it was going to be destroyed in any war. Well, there's a satellite imagery that just came out that showed a huge swarm of 33 fast attack boats belonging to the IRGC Navy returning to the coast after patrolling the Strait of Hormuz. Let me show you the image until Lisa could put it on screen, but this is the image right there. So that's a satellite image. It kind of contradicts Trump's claim that even the Navy, like we're talking about how Iran exceeded expectations and their capabilities, the intelligence failure has been just insanely dramatic, just crazy to see, crazy to watch that happen. in
The
real
missile
time.
capabilities are the ones that I think were most underestimated.
Yeah, because we knew the drones will always be a nuisance. The Navy, these are fast attack boats, nothing
Yep,
significant. It just shows that hasn't been completely destroyed. But the one, as you said, the missiles and the the cluster munitions, they kept firing at Israel. They were able to strike Par's gas field, Ian,
that's right.
within hours from when their gas fields were struck. Within hours, it's like every time Trump and
Which
Israel
also
try to.
shows command and control capabilities on the
Do you
part
know?
of the Iranians.
Not only this, do you know that they managed? I found out later on that they were able to strike the assets in the gas field that were owned by ExxonMobil and not the Qatari company. So there's a lot of assets owned by different companies. They were so precise that they managed to strike the assets owned by the American oil company, ExxonMobil, which just shows how capable they were. And
Same with this advanced AWACS surveillance plane in the Bandar Air Base. Again, they were able to destroy that specific
that's with
plane.
drones, no?
No,
Was
that
with
that
drones
was
or
with
missiles?
that was with an advanced missile. There's no drones do not get through that hardened facility. It is probably the most hardened U.S. base in the region, and the Iranians were able to get through.
Interesting. So that's not the one in Al Udeid base. That's different.
No, this is that we're here. We're talking about the Saudi base, U.S. base in Saudi Arabia, outside of Riyadh.
Okay. But there's the one.
Prince Bandar Airfield. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. There's the one, the Prince Sultan Air Base. There was another one that happened there
Prince
as well,
Sultan, yeah.
correct? Oh, that's the
Yes,
same one.
that's right. But Prince Sultan base is the one I'm talking about.
Okay, so that's the one. So that was with missiles and drones. You're saying the missiles are the ones that caused because there were
The missiles are the ones
simultaneous
that were
attacks.
able to hit this.
Because the initial reports said it was remember the early reports, drones worth thousands of dollars were able to cause damage for over $1 billion, and we saw videos of drones over American bases. But you're saying most of the damage was caused by
the drones
missiles.
that we saw that were over American bases that were impressive to me were the ones that were flying in Iraq. That basically were providing the streaming information showing the disposition of some of the forces on the ground and the buildings and all the rest that no one was able to take out. But the blowing up of the American jet fighters, and disabling them and taking out the AWACS plane, of which there are only a few that exist for the American forces globally, those were missile strikes.
Last question I want to ask you, Ian, is what could Iran do? How far can they push before Trump is forced back into war? Because me and you both believe that Trump doesn't want this war. But we also know there's a limit to what Iran could do. If Iran strikes Washington, D.C., for example, the U.S. will have to retaliate. So how far do you think the Iranians can push?
I think that you can't have a mass casualty incident involving Americans at any point. So if they were to strike on and hit a U.S. destroyer or other ship in the Strait and cause casualties, I think the Americans immediately start fighting, re-engage at that point, and potentially escalate very significantly. I think that if they were to destroy critical infrastructure of the scale of the Qatari LNG facility, that would probably bring the Americans back in, but not necessarily. And I don't think that if they continue to attack tankers, that brings the Americans in. So that's if you wanted to look at a spectrum.
Do you think they can set up a permanent toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz, or that's impossible? It's going to be temporary. Do you think the world would accept a permanent toll booth by Iran?
A lot of countries won't accept it, but I don't know that they won't accept it collectively. So, and if the fact that we've already seen a number of countries lining up to pay the Iranians to reduce that pressure, means that in a ceasefire environment, there'll be a lot more. Even the French broke with NATO to pay for a ship to go through, which was kind of surprising, but Macron is always willing to, sort of poke his nose in to be a relevant player, especially because he wasn't relevant on the Lebanon front, which surely antagonizes him. It is hard for me to imagine that they will be able to exert control over the Strait in a complete way in a year's time. But I think what could happen is you'll have a significant number of countries, mostly from the global south, some Western countries, that will cut deals to pay more money to Iran. Some of that will be direct tolls. Some of that will be reconstruction. And maybe some of it is because sanctions are being reduced. So the total amount that the Iranians are actually collecting by getting their own ships out and getting some of the tolls and having some reconstruction support, maybe with a Saudi deal, is better than just tolling in the Strait, but nothing else. And then if the ceasefire sticks and these ships are getting through, then you'll start to see the Europeans and others with their own force, not linked to the United States, escorting ships. And over time, that will also reduce the influence of the Iranians. So I don't believe that Iran will be able to unilaterally control the Strait ad infinitum going forward. I don't believe that. But I think that they will have a long tail of influence that will be used to help ensure that they can actually start reconstruction of their economy.
What a terrible war. What a terrible war to witness.
Yep.
Ian, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks for your time.
Great to see you, Mario. See you soon.
Pleasure's mine. So everyone, we've got Luke coming on the show in a few seconds. He's in the green room right now, Luke Groman, to continue the discussion. And while waiting for Luke to come up in a few seconds, I want to give you an update on the blockade, on the American blockade. So that's an update by the Financial Times. So Ian was just talking about how the US blockade is not really a blockade. Ships are going through, probably intentionally as well. So that's Trump giving concessions again to Iran, which is a good thing. Just shows that we're getting closer to just a total peace deal. Dozens of ships exiting the Gulf include several loaded with Iranian oil. At least 34 tankers with links to Iran have bypassed the U.S. blockade since it began, according to cargo ship tracking group Vortexa, including several carrying Iranian oil, despite Trump declaring the barricade a tremendous success. So at least the embargo was expanded to cover all Iranian vessels on the high seas or those carrying goods that could be used by Iran in the conflict on April 16th, according to notices. So we're seeing the same thing that a lot of people have been saying. Their ships are going through. Trump is talking about a complete blockade. He did seize 1 or 2 cargo ships. I think one was coming from China. But there's a lot of ships going through, and I think they're picking and choosing which ones to let through. So it's a very selective, again, Ian just talked about it. It's a selective blockade, and it does show concessions again on Trump's side, which is really surprising why the Iranians have not attended the peace talks. Trump did say, so, a few minutes ago, Trump said the Iranians are attending the peace talks on Friday. The Iranian foreign minister said they're not attending the peace talks on Friday. I think they will because of the concessions we're seeing right now. Luke, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, man. Good. What do you make of all this? We are seeing, I'm sure you're keeping track of it, but we are seeing ships go through Trump's blockade. And Trump has been giving the Iranians concession after concession, even though he's declaring total victory. Are you as optimistic as I am that this is over? Because I'm optimistic, but I'm getting a bit worried that the Iranians are not on the same page as Trump.
Oh, I'm not sure they are on the same page as Trump. I think the Iranians have a lot more leverage than we're hearing in Western media. And I think the Iranians know this. And as a result, I think they are playing hard to get. And in part, I think militarily, they're in a better position than is being led on. B, I think there is some element of the fragmentation that we've seen Trump talk about in terms of internally in Iran. But right now, it looks like all we have done with our military strikes is push control of the country toward the IRGC, which is not exactly in our favor. And then I think the other thing the Iranians are acutely aware of is time's on their side. World economy. I mean, we just saw Lufthansa cancel 20,000 flights yesterday. Yeah, they're lower frequency flights. We just saw Kuwait come out and declare force majeure 2 days ago on oil exports. The world, and you've had 2 articles this week alone in the Financial Times talking about the coming global food crisis. And so I think the Iranians understand that they've got more leverage than the Western public is being told militarily. And I think they understand what's happening with global inflation, global food supplies, global energy supplies. And they're willing to they're willing to keep playing chicken. Ultimately, if I was sitting in their seat, I would be doing what they're doing too.
Well, they're playing with fire, though. I don't know how far they can push. What happens to the global economy if we do go back to war? If they push too far and Trump is forced to retaliate, or if Trump is even planning a continuation of the war and this is all a bluff, what happens to the global economy?
It's not good. It's not good. And
terrifying.
It is. It is. And, you start looking at some of the data out this week from, CSIS, the, Study of War Institute, or whatever. Take it with a grain of salt. But what they're highlighting is that the U.S. is basically out of missile interceptors. And these things take 4 years to replenish.
You saw the CNN article that significantly degraded stockpiles, significantly. About 50% of the, I think the THAAD missiles, I think about 30% of the Patriots are still left in stock. There's a third of the Tomahawks have been used in this war. The numbers are just staggering. And that's apparently I had someone on the show yesterday and they're like, Mario, these are optimistic numbers. It's even worse than that.
I've heard something similar to that from multiple different defense related or defense adjacent people. And so that's the side of it, because on the flip side, what have we been hearing in the Iranians? Well, we thought we got 70% of their missiles and their launchers. Well, it's 60. Well, it's 40. Well, we might not have a third of them. And so, I think, to me, the Occam's razor explanation for why the Iranians are playing hard to get in all this is straightforward. They feel very comfortable that they can go back to war, and from here on out, it's going to start being very politically and maybe militarily less and less favorable for Trump and for the United States. And if that happens, that's troubling, and that's very troubling for the global economy. We're now past borrowed time. We're in extra time. We're already starting to see the breakdowns, and the problem is once the breakdowns really accelerate in the global economy, supply chains, it takes a lot longer to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak, than it does to kind of push him off the wall.
Let's we haven't spoken in a while, so maybe give us your general analysis of where we're at, the ceasefire by Trump. Do you think Trump is seeking an off-ramp? Is he bluffing? Do you think Iran will give him an off-ramp? Is there disagreements in Iran? I'd love to get a brain dump from you to see where you stand and your perspective on everything.
All along, I've been thinking that this is going to take longer than people think. That we were, and 5-6 days into this, I was on a conference call and with an investor, and I said, look, I would start stress testing your portfolio for Hormuz to still be closed in mid-April, in mid-May, in mid-June, and quite honestly, at the 4th of July. And the look on their face 5-6 days into it when I said that, especially the latter part of those, the May, the June, the July, it was like I climbed through the screen and dumped their coffee in their lap. And I said, you understand, they said to me, you understand what you're saying, right? That if you're right, that it's going to take that much longer, that Hormuz is going to be closed that much longer. You're talking about hundreds of millions of people around the world being at risk of starvation later this year. I said, I understand exactly what I'm saying. That's why I'm so worked up about it. So, look, I've been saying all along it's going to take longer than expected. Hormuz is going to be closed longer than expected. Here we are, April 22nd. It's still closed for all intents and purposes. And Iran is playing hard to get. There is some sort of leadership rupture, perhaps. We don't know. There was rumors last night that a couple of the people that we were negotiating with got arrested by the IRGC or what have you. I have not seen
the unconfirmed reports. Yeah, I posted about it's just some pro-Saudi, anti-Iran sources saying that Arachi and Ghalibaf and the president have all been arrested. But there's a lot of I think that's an exaggeration of something that is happening. I've been talking about for a while. Is after you kill so many of their commanders, there seems to be a disagreement in Iran. But that confused me because I'm like, disagreement on what? Is it on the terms of the ceasefire? On the negotiations, on the peace deal? that seems like minor disagreements, or is it something more significant? Are we seeing the hardliners in the IRGC going as far as saying we want this war to continue? Because that would be pretty terrifying.
I think it's exactly what we're seeing. I think the hardliners and the IRGC saying let's keep going. Let's keep going, because from here every day forward, this is going to get worse and worse for Trump politically. It's going to get worse and worse for the U.S. Militarily.
What happens if
you've got support coming from China? You've got support coming from Russia. It's another one of the fascinating things of sort of the spinning of this war, right? All of our wars are spun to us in some way to make them somewhat more palatable, and this one has been, very focused on us against Iran. We're more powerful. But we're not just fighting Iran, right? We're simultaneously being told that this is being done to choke out China by a lot of different policymakers, investors. The National Security Strategy Report has alluded to that exact thing, or to that point. And so on one hand, we're being told this is a good idea because it helps us gain leverage over China in particular. And then on the other hand, we're told this is just a war against Iran and it'll be easy to win. One of those two things is true, right? If we're going to choke out China, they're not going to sit around and do nothing, right? And so we had Nikki Haley come out a couple of days ago and say, hey, that ship that we boarded, there was a Chinese ship. It had a bunch of precursors to explosives and missiles. The Chinese came out and denied it. Who knows? Would it surprise me? Not in the least. But look, if I'm Iran, they could see our logistics going into this, right? The former commander-in-chief of the IRGC said that like a week in. We could see from their logistics, they were not ready for a long war. Our strategy, stretch this out and collapse the global economy. And then Trump can decide if he wants to continue to carry this on. And here we are, look, we are at day 53, day 54 of this war. By way of comparison, George Bush stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier on day 43 with the mission accomplished banner and ended major, right? So we're 10 days past that. And we really have nothing. We have nothing really, we've had a tactical win where we blew up a bunch of stuff. But every day that goes by, it's looking more and more like a strategic loss for America.
How long could China sustain this if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and we see a complete shutdown? Because we're seeing a lot of ships go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. If this escalates and we see a complete shutdown by the Americans, does that put China in a difficult position? Because I get different reports. They can sustain this for months. They can sustain this for only 1 month, 4 to 6 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. How long do you think, how significant are their reserves, and how dependent are they on Iran? Is there alternatives? Can Russia fill the void?
This is where it gets tricky, right? Because I think the numbers I've seen is 1.3 to 1.6 billion barrels in their strategic petroleum reserve. And I'm not sure, as of a couple of weeks ago, they hadn't even tapped that yet. Maybe they have at 1 million barrels per day. So at 1 million barrels per day on 1.3 billion, you're talking about, 1,300 days, right? That's a long time. That's 4 years. Now, that probably implies a significant drawdown of other economic activity. And so that's probably not the right number. So I think it's safe to say they've got months of, several months, 3, 4, 5, 6 months of oil. Now, what about helium? You need helium in various supply chains. Russia has cut back on helium exports. The U.S. is the biggest in the world, and then the Gulf is basically shut down. So I think the Chinese are probably fine relative to certainly Europe, Australia, and the rest of Asia on oil. But what happens in helium? I don't know that is a 4-month lead time, but I don't know. What happens in fertilizer, etc.? What happens in their secondary supply chains when we start getting food riots around the global south, which we're going to at this pace? Are those in 3 months? Are those in 6 months? People that are rioting for food, they don't buy gadgets from the world's factory like China. So that's those parts to me. The oil side, I think China's fine for the foreseeable future. But again, when Europe runs into a wall on fuel, and they stop ordering stuff from China, it's the second derivative and third derivative dynamics that are so much harder to forecast until you see it and you go, uh-oh. And so that, I would say China's probably got several months until, it starts biting them somewhere. But I think Europe goes first. I think Australia goes first. I think the rest of Asia goes first. And, in the meantime, China's making hay with this, right? The crown prince of UAE was in China 7 days ago and seeing Xi personally. And 2 days ago, the UAE came out and said, listen, America, you started this war. And if we run out of dollars because of it, you're going to give us dollar swap lines, or else we're going to go to the Chinese. We're going to start pricing oil and gas in yuan. I'm China. It's not a
Can you
bad
explain that?
outcome
Sorry,
for me.
can you explain that a bit further? I've seen a lot of reports and people kind of blowing it out of proportion as well. What is that report about the swap line that the UAE requested from the US?
Yeah, it was in the Journal 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And it just said that the UAE had reached out to US officials. These were quoting US officials, and that the UAE said, look, this has been a war that the US started, and we are now suffering as a result of it. And we may need dollar liquidity for whatever reason. If you do not give us swap lines, we will have to start pricing oil and gas in yuan. People say, well, what are they going to do with yuan? Well, it's simple. If you have a finite amount of dollars because you're burning dollar reserves down or whatever you are because of this war, and the Americans won't give you more dollars, fine. Then you say, I'm gonna preserve the dollars I have here, and then I'll just start doing marginal trade going forward in yuan. And China's got yuan swap lines with everybody in the world except the Americans. So that's something that could easily, that's been set up for years. That could really jumpstart multi-currency energy. And so is this what Trump and Bessent wanted to do? I don't know. I've not seen a lot of
this was the worst thing to happen to the petrodollar in I don't know how many years. Is that fair to say?
Yes and no. In the immediate term, it's supporting the petrodollar, right? This seems to be what Trump and a lot of other strategists are pointing out, which is, hey, this is great for the petrodollar because we're taking all this other supply offline. They've got to come to America. They got to pay in dollars. So in the very near term, which again is usually all a lot of these strategists seem to think about, this is good for the petrodollar. But it's only good for the petrodollar up to a point where these nations start running out of dollar reserves, and then they're going to switch. They're going to find other arrangements. They're going to price in yuan. They're going to get yuan swap lines. And
so the reason it's good in the short term, just to explain, people are not too deep into this, which include me really. The reason it's good for the short term is Iran, which was not using the dollar, obviously it's been sanctioned. Iran, which was exporting all their oil using the yuan. All that oil has been taken offline because of the blockade. So short term, that's a good thing. But long term, we're going to see the consequences of these actions. The UAE asking for a swap line, or they use the yuan for exports is one example, but we'll see other countries potentially using the yuan. Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they obviously export through yuan. They could also start enforcing requirements for ships, maybe discounts for ships that export oil and use the Strait of Hormuz using the yuan. Maybe they don't have it, pay a toll, or they pay a smaller toll. So that's how you start seeing long-term, incrementally, this war chipping away at the dominance of the petrodollar.
I think it'll be faster than that. I mean, China reported last week, they did $150 billion worth of trade in yuan in the CIPS, the China International Payment System, which is completely away from the dollar rails and the SWIFT rails. Well, okay, so what? Well, the so what is $150 billion in a day. That's $1 trillion a week annualized. $1 trillion a week. That's $50 trillion a year annualized rate. Now, again, we're getting a little crazy because it's 1 day of volume, but the point stands, which is this isn't like, this isn't 2012 when we kicked Iran off the SWIFT system. We're now 14, 15 years into this. This alternative non-dollar rails to pay for goods in yuan, this is ready to go. It is, and it's fit for purpose. It's ready to go. And the point that they can do $150 billion in volume in a day in the yuan.
How are they able to do it? What's the main source?
They didn't specify what trade was going through there, other than that they had cleared and settled $150 billion of trade in a day in Chinese yuan. That's $50 trillion a year. That's enormous volume being done now because of the need to get around it. If you have finite dollars, if the Americans are squeezing the dollar by cutting off oil, you need to retain finite dollars to pay your dollar denominated debt. How do you do that? You begin switching everything else you can switch to Chinese yuan. And now you retain your dollars for repayment of dollar debt and other dollar denominated obligations. And then you go tell the Americans, listen, we're just going to keep switching stuff to yuan unless you show up with dollar swap lines. And to be clear, dollar swap lines is dollar liquidity. That'll weaken the dollar. Basically, unless you weaken the dollar, we're going to keep switching to Chinese yuan. And that's why I say, it's one of the reasons I say this is strategically, if I'm Iran, great. I'll sit tight. I'll just keep ducking.
If you're China, it's even better because China had lost nothing just watching this war. They just supplied some stuff to Iran and that's it. China bet on Iran and their bet is paid off.
Well, and then you look militarily, if we've really burned through all those interceptors, number one, we also showed all of Asia that we don't care about Asia. If push comes to shove, what do we do with our defense missiles? We took them out of Asia and we gave them to Israel. We brought them to the Middle East. So South Korea was told in no uncertain terms, and we pulled the THAAD batteries out of there. Sorry, guys, you're not as important to us as Israel. Okay, well, that's going to have strategic implications for the United States. Furthermore, when you look at the replenishment schedules of these things, how long it takes to rebuild what we've burned, 3-4 years. So now Southeast Asia, we can say with a reasonable degree of confidence that American air defense missiles are not going to be widely available in Southeast Asia for 3 to 4 years. Does that help China or hurt China?
Jesus Christ, man. What a fucking shit show. What a shit show.
The one thing Trump could not do was get in a war with Iran. Like he was doing the worst so thing. Well. The one thing he couldn't do.
That's why it surprised me when it happened. Like, what the hell was he thinking?
Me too.
Or, like, I understand there was, I was one of the most vocal people against the Iranian government or regime in January, but I knew a war would be catastrophic. Everyone warned that they will strike the Gulf and they will close the Strait of Hormuz. Everyone warned about that. And it would make sense, especially if you go all out and start killing all their leaders and the supreme leader with his family on day one. What do you expect? And Iran, they've got so many targets. Just a few hundred kilometers away, you've got all these different energy infrastructure. You've got all these. You got the what do you call them? The internet lines, the cable systems, the underground, the undersea cables that the UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, all these American allies that the US depends on for the petrodollar to survive and keep dominating. All these countries have all these targets, not only energy, but you just talked about the undersea cables. And, if worse gets to worse, they've got all that civilian infrastructure. They were just sitting ducks. It was impossible to defend them all. So that's why the war is so confusing. And I think it's going to take so many years. And the impact of this war, the effects of this war are going to be felt throughout so many administrations. That it's just sad. It's just sad. I just don't, is there any way for Trump to get out of it? Is there anything he could do? It's a difficult position he's in, and Iran is just tightening the noose. They know they have the upper hand.
Like it's been a bad idea to invade Persia for what, 2,000 years, 2,500 years. It's been a bad idea. In the same way, it's been a bad idea to invade Afghanistan for 300, 400, 500 years. And we thought we could invade Afghanistan because we were different. Didn't work out for us any better than it worked out for anybody else. We invaded Persia, or where we attacked Persia, we didn't invade. Although we probably had some troops on the ground, but who knows? But we attacked Persia, and it's not going well. Like the average American has no idea how big the country is. I mean, I barely did when the whole war started. Right? You say, okay, we're going to send in these 30 jets, and they're going to patrol the Strait of Hormuz, and you go, 30 jets, 30 A-10s, really? You understand that the coast is literally from New York City to Jacksonville, Florida, and there's mountains running down into it. You're going to cover that with 30 jets? Are you kidding? Like, it's not nearly enough. The amount, it is such a big country. And look, I'm no fan of the regime there. And when we started this war, the strait was open, and now it's not. So, you know, what can Trump do? His choices are now, you know, pull back and basically take a strategic defeat, which will be very obvious to everyone. I doubt his ego will allow him to do that, or his handlers. And so then, you know, to me, it looks like they're trying to do what makes the next most sense, which is, well, we were caught off guard. Let's just put them under siege, right? That's basically what we're doing, is we're just going to try to cut off their supplies like the old medieval days, right? Like, well, we tried to take the castle.
We are not, because like a lot of ships are going through. Is just a report that came out. 34
Okay.
since the blockade by the US. Not sure if you saw that.
I had
there's
not,
been.
no.
Let me give you the number. So here it is. So according to Financial Times, at least 34 tankers with links to Iran have bypassed the US blockade since it began, and that's probably intentional, according to the cargo tracking group Vortexa, including several carrying Iranian oil, despite Trump's him declaring the barricade a tremendous success. So yeah, because he can't afford a blockade, because he needs the oil to come out, because otherwise the markets will be just screwed. And they're going to China. There has to be some deal with China. China might have threatened Trump something behind the scenes. There's a lot happening behind the scenes, but it just shows that there is nothing left that Trump could do, unless he goes back into escalating, but that will be catastrophic.
You know, who knows? Maybe we have some sort of super weapon that we can go in and, the sort of the discombobulator we allegedly had in Venezuela. Maybe we've got a super discombobulator. We can sort of, discombobulate the entire coastal region of Iran, which again is from New York City to Jacksonville, right? So imagine taking that thing but failing something like that. And oh, by the way, there would be a global outcry, right? Because what you're talking about doing is basically killing everyone along the way. That's a problem from a global political standpoint. The escalation side right now, it seems like Iran's got escalation dominance for two reasons. Yeah. Number one, I think they're in a better supply. Number one, they're in a better supply situation than we are. Number two, they're defending, we're attacking, and the defender always has an advantage. And number three, time's on their side. The longer this goes, the more it helps.
Yeah, I'm seeing what the Besant is putting out some comments now. Let me read them out to you as I read them. Future prices are much lower than we are at present. I think the conflict will end. I think gasoline prices will come back to where they were, or perhaps lower. Trump has shown that he is good at getting energy prices down. Last week was Bank Week, World Bank and IMF Week. On Wednesday, it was my belief we would not do it. I was approached by more than 10 of the most vulnerable and poorest countries in terms of energy, and they asked for us to extend that sanction. And it's only for 30 days. He's referring to the sanction waiver on Russian oil. So yeah, we haven't even talked about this. They've unsanctioned Russian oil, and they've unsanctioned Iranian oil earlier as well. Not sure that waiver is probably, I don't know if the unsanctioning of Iranian oil was temporary. I don't think it applies anymore, because now they're blockading Iran. But yeah, they've unsanctioned Russian oil, which kind of shows you the difficulty of the position they're in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we had as much leverage as we're being told we have, why would we do that? And the answer is we don't have the leverage.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm just looking at the latest update. Let's go back to the various scenarios that could happen right now. So Trump did say earlier today, Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened immediately, starving for cash, losing $500 million a day. Military and police complaining that they are not paid. And I did a tweet yesterday. Let me get that up for you, because I'm not sure if you've looked into the Iranian economy, because we can't also discount that this blockade is hurting Iran. That's why they said they're not going to come to the negotiating table because of the blockade. They need the blockade lifted. They've been pretty upset by the blockade, and if it wasn't impacting them, there wouldn't be that upset. So let me get you that tweet. But essentially, they have to shut down their wells if the blockade remains, because they've got all this oil that's being It's coming out, and then it can't sit in the storage facilities forever. The storage facilities have limits. When the storage facilities are full, then the wells have to be shut off, and then that would cause damage that would take a long time. Sometimes it's impossible to repair. But it takes at minimum a long time to repair. So Iran could face long-term economic consequences from the blockade by the US. And they're already suffering significantly. We saw in January, the currency is collapsing, their economy is collapsing. So they're also not in a good position. So we talked about China being able to sustain this. How about Iran? There it is. No, I didn't find it. Damn it. Oh, hold on. Damn it. I had a summary of it with all the information, but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Oh, okay, there it is. I found it. Their onshore storage tanks will fill up in 4 to 8 weeks. Okay, that's a lot less than I thought. 4 to 8 weeks and their tanks will fill up. So in 4 to 8 weeks, they'll have to shut down their wells, the production facilities. And that, the reservoir damage, that's the one. The reservoir damage could be even permanent in some cases. That's water influx, paraffin buildup, pressure loss, making restart difficult, expensive, and in some cases almost impossible, depending on the reservoir. Because some of them their infrastructure is a bit outdated as well. So for them to be able to restart it like the Gulf, it's harder because of all the sanctions they're suffering. So have you looked into the economic ramifications for Iran and how long they can sustain this?
It's not good. It's not good at all. And I keep coming back to who are we dealing with, right? If we're dealing with the IRGC now, let's run that out. Let's pretend Iranian oil is off the market for the next 5 years. Completely. So now what is Iran do off the top of my head? I don't know. Are they 5 million barrels a day? I should know, but I don't. But so now the world's short that much oil. So oil prices are going to go quick. We're then looking. So then what that tells us, if and this is again where like Besant is really, really good at like saying things, but if you listen to what he says, a lot of times he's contradicting himself, right? So he just said gas prices are going to come back down. 24 hours after he said Iran's going to run out of storage and the wells will collapse, which means Iran's offline for years, maybe permanently. Okay, so Secretary Besant, you said gas prices are going to come right back down. Yes, I did. You said Iran's wells are going to be permanently damaged. Yes, I did.
How does that add up? The contradiction.
There's a contradiction, right? And again, it ain't good for Iran. It's terrible for Iran. And they've said from day one, we'll just take the whole world down with us. We don't care. So, what do we get when oil's at 120 permanently? We know what we're going to get. They're doing everything they can to keep it from there because it sets off global stagflation into a Western sovereign debt position that is already a problem, a big problem. So it's terrible for Iran. And I feel bad for those people. And but that doesn't mean they're going to change their behavior. Why would they? Because they can, Iran's already on the ground. The Western economy is going to go meet it there if you take Iranian oil offline for too long. And again, can we produce more oil? Of course we can. People say, well, price will ration. Yes, price will ration. You're right. And the price that will ration will require a decline in real economic activity and an increase in inflation around the world that you're going to have, again, significant starvation across the global south, significant political disruption, significant asset market selling, significant global economic ramifications. And I think it all goes back to sort of, why did Trump do this? I think he thought it would be easier than it was. I don't think he had the deep thinkers saying, well, let's be clear. He does have some deep thinkers. He just didn't listen to them, right? He came out last week and said, I had these consultants. They were saying oil's going to go to 300. Well, jet fuel is priced. Jet fuel has traded near $300 a barrel, right? So if we take Iran offline, that scenario starts to become much more realistic for the world. What's the world economy if you take Iran offline permanently? I don't know, 150, 200, who knows? But that's why I kind of say, like, they didn't think through the second and third derivatives. And the people that did think through it for them, they just didn't listen to them, which has been par for the course of this administration, based on what I've been told on some very important things over the last 2 years.
JP Morgan says the reserves, so I'm talking about the emergency stockpiles, run out around April 20th. That's what they said earlier. So that was 2 days ago. So how do you know how much reserves the world has, in terms, how much stockpiles they have for emergency use?
Oh, I'm not
the
right
exact number, but
I mean, it's
not the exact number. But I'm talking about, like, is it how long could they sustain this? And is there any scenario when you put oil and you put fertilizers, you put the helium that goes to Taiwan for the microchips, you put all these together? There's also tungsten as well. Apparently, prices tungsten, I'm not sure if you've seen this as well, skyrocketed recently as well. So if you put all these together, is there any scenario where the global economy can sustain a continuation of the war? And number two, is there alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz that can be built? You know, how long will it take for those alternatives to be built? And the problem, though, is that these alternatives that exist today could be struck by either the Houthis or Iran. You've got the pipeline in Saudi that goes all the way south, but that could be disrupted through the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and the pipeline itself could be, the Yanbu pipeline could be struck by Iran and the Houthis. The Houthis have struck it before. You've got Fujairah in the UAE. So Yanbu for Saudi, Fujairah for the UAE, but that was already struck in this war. So 33%, a third of the energy in that region. It'll take a long time for alternatives to be built. It'll take years to be built. So I don't know, and this is a positive and a negative thing. I don't know how long the global economy can't really sustain this, you know, going back into this war. Prices would just skyrocket. You'd have issues across the world, Asia, Africa, Australia, Europe, in that order. But on the Iranian side, we've just talked about the impact that will have on them. So then, aren't we in a position where both sides can't sustain this? The only two parties that don't mind this is Russia benefits greatly, and number two is China. China probably has the ability to sustain this because they've been preparing for this. They have the biggest oil reserves than any other country, so they've been able to prepare for a day like this, been expecting it. But then, not sure if China can somehow convince Iran to stay in this war, to kind of twist Trump's arm, and drag him back into this war, so China can further weaken the US?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you've got that rail line running from China right into Iran that has been up and running. So presumably China can resupply at least some of what Iran needs through that. I doubt for a nation of whatever 92 million people that you can supply all that. But you can certainly send supplies, humanitarian supplies, etc., through there on that. That at least, again, this is all about relative rates. You know, everyone's running toward a cliff. So it is all, you know, who's in the lead and who can throw parachutes out behind them to make themselves reach the cliff less quickly. And if you think about that rail line from China into Iran as a slowdown of how fast Iran goes over the cliff, you know, that's something that helps them. That's something that, you know, buys China influence with Iran and say, hey, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. But the world economy is just not in a position, you know, again, the debt position of the West, right? We went into this war with much higher debt to GDP than we had after we fought Japan and Germany in total warfare for 5 years. And that was we had 110% debt to GDP after World War II. We started this with 122%. Western sovereign debt is just not in a position to handle this. So then, okay, are we going to print money into an oil spike to cap bond yields so that we can afford it without going into a debt spiral? Well, that's going to be more inflationary. And you've already see some countries effectively doing that. Anytime you see a nation giving breaks, you know, pulling off fuel taxes, pulling off, you know, giving subsidies to consumers for oil and gasoline price relief, that's just essentially printing money to buy more oil. And you've seen that in Australia, at least discussed. You've seen it discussed in France. You've seen it in Ireland, etc. So this is not you can't make alternative arrangements on a time scale that matters. The real economy is already unwinding. Global supply chains are already unwinding. and to try to build something else while you're doing it. It's like trying to fix, the engine of your plane while you're flying it. It's just really, really hard to do.
Tell me more about the petrodollar. How important is it, just for the audience to understand? Because a lot of people saying this entire war was to maintain the dominance of the petrodollar. Iran has always been seen as a threat to the petrodollar. That is the reason that Trump got into this war, that and getting leverage over China. So maybe kind of explain that narrative to people to understand, because it's very easy to kind of blame nuclear weapons, blame imminent threat, blame Israel controlling the US, but what most people don't understand, it's usually economics that dictates foreign policy, and most such decisions. It's usually about oil. Trump has been talking about Iranian oil for decades. You've seen those videos. He's even posted those videos. He's not hiding that fact. We've talked about the capture of Hag Island, which we'll talk about in a second, and whether that's still on the table, because people smarter than me are talking about an imminent ground operation by the US. And this is all show because the ground operation has already been decided, and we're seeing the military build up to prove their point. But just going back to the reasons for the war, the petrodollar, how big of a role does it play? Why is Iran a threat to it? And what's the position now of the dollar?
So the petrodollar, I think, is still something that's very important, but I think it's a lot less important than it used to be. But ultimately, it is a support of the dollar system. I think a lot of people would tell you the euro dollar system is more important of a dollar support than the petrodollar is now. When you look at the aggregate numbers involved, tens of trillions of dollars of euro dollar loans out there versus $2 trillion a year, maybe $3 trillion a year at current prices of. And
euro dollar, just for the people as well, the euro dollar is not really directly linked to the euro. It's kind of the black market behind the scenes of the dollar being used.
It's just offshore dollar, basically. Yeah, it's just an offshore dollar market, basically. And so the petrodollar, I think, is still a very important dynamic, not so much in absolute terms, but in marginal terms. And what I mean by that is the way the U.S. has been able to maintain a level of control over places like China and others has been through control of resources and control of resources through the dollar. And it's very straightforward. Kyle Bass did the math on CNBC in 2017 or 2019. He's like, look, if China needs to buy more and more oil, import more and more oil, they need to import more and more oil. It's all in dollars. They have a finite amount of dollar reserves. At some point, they're going to run out of dollar reserves to buy oil, and then they're going to have to devalue the currency, and you're going to have a Southeast Asia currency crisis in China, and China will collapse just like Southeast Asia did in the late 90s, and we win. And that is, I think, can
you repeat that again? Can you explain that again?
Yeah, it's a marginal control mechanism more than sort of this underpinning of the dollar. It's a marginal control mechanism over China right now, because right now China makes a quorum of our military weapons. They're a factory. They've got, they're the factory of the world. They're a very powerful country, regardless of whether people don't want to admit that or not. And so the way the U.S. has been able to maintain a feeling of control over China is that, if oil is only priced in dollars, then what China faces a problem of is China is a growing economy. They import more and more oil. All that oil is only in dollars, and they have a finite amount of dollar reserves, right? They have a finite dollar piggy bank with which to buy oil. And so if they import more and more oil at higher and higher dollar prices, sooner or later, they're going to run out of dollars to buy the oil. And once they run out of dollars to buy oil, it's a very simple choice. You have to stop buying oil. What do? Do you devalue your currency to basically try to keep growth going? But in that case, you're going to be curtailing. Oil is going to get much more expensive. Imports going to get much more expensive. Or do you stop buying oil or slow your economy and keep buying the same amount of oil that you can afford? But then you're going to have to go into a recession. You have political implications, unemployment. Both of those outcomes are politically unsatisfactory to China. And so
that's the leverage. That's the leverage. So that's the leverage that the U.S. has had over China for so many years and decades.
Yeah, and up until
China's need for the U.S. dollar. Yeah, exactly, and that's changing right now. But China needing the U.S. dollar for all these years, dependent on that U.S. dollar, just gave the U.S. leverage because China could only, import oil based on the amount of dollar reserves they have. So that was the limitation they had and the leverage they had. That was a big weakness of China, but China's been working to kind of chip away on that dependence.
Oh, they're not dependent on it anymore. Like that's, I think, part of the China can buy, I think 40% of their imports in total last year were, I think I saw the number, were in Chinese yuan. I'd have to double check that. But as soon as, at the end of the day, as soon as China gains the ability to price oil, to buy oil in yuan, that means that China can no longer have a dollar currency crisis. Because when you look at China's imports and exports, their balance of trade, their biggest import item by far is commodities. And of that, it's energy. And so say China imports today, I'm gonna guess here, in 2018, it was about $1 trillion a year of commodities. It's probably $1.5 trillion commodities a year. If that's all done in dollars, you're gonna burn through a lot of dollars on that side. But if you say switch just 10% per year of your commodities, if you're buying $1.5 trillion, that frees up $150 billion, right? $1.5 trillion times 10%, $150 billion of dollar liquidity that you can use to manage dollar debt, use for other dollar obligations, whatever. And it gives you, particularly given the net settlement arrangement in gold that they have provided for in London, in Switzerland, in Dubai, in Singapore, in Hong Kong, for offshore renminbi, offshore yuan, you now create this system where China can manage the value of the yuan against oil and against the dollar and against gold, using oil and gold. And so the dynamic, I think, is less of the petrodollar to support the dollar system in aggregate and more China is sovereign. China is free if it can buy oil in yuan. And if we don't have that control mechanism, they're in the driver's seat because of their industrial base. And so to me, I could see the logic of, hey, let's go after Venice. Let's go after, because look who we've gone after. There are three major sources of yuan denominated oil: Russia, Venezuela, Iran. Saudi may be on the margins, but these three have been the big yuan sources of oil going back 10 years. We've had a proxy war on Russia's borders for 10 years, 12 years. We've had obviously what we had in Venezuela, where we had a regime change there, operation, and a changing of some flows, certainly, but probably changing of currencies. And now we've got this in Iran. And on the paper, it makes perfect sense. But it was supposed to be a lot easier. But I think that's where the petrodollar dynamic, which is basically, if you can reconvert all oil back to dollars, it's not about backing the dollar. It's about forcing China to have to only buy oil and gas in dollars. And then that puts them back in as a vassal economic state of the United States. I don't think it'll work, but that, to me, I could see the strategic logic of trying that.
I'm loving this discussion because I think, and I hope people understand. If they have questions, put it in the comments. I'll have the producers bring it up, because these are the calculations that these presidents make and the discussions they have with people behind the scenes, people that call the shots, people that control billions or trillions of dollars worth of funds. People like BlackRock, people like Big Oil. Of course, Israel has influence. Of course, the military-industrial complex has influence. Of course, and I've talked a lot about this. But it's all part of a bigger picture. Weakening Russia. So Russia, Venezuela, and Iran have one thing in common: they all export oil with the yuan. They don't use the US dollar to export their oil to China.
Well, they do, but they will sell it in yuan too. That's
yeah, but they export more. The oil they sell, the oil that Venezuela sells to China is with the yuan, correct? Same as Russia.
On the margin, I think yes, but it's not all done in yuan, as far as I know. Just to be clear, yeah, but yes,
they are seen as they are all seen, and it's fair to say they're all seen as a threat to the petrodollar.
Yeah, for that reason, basically, they're helping China become economically sovereign, and themselves, for that matter.
So now we know the outcome of this war. Okay, considering this is the new reality, which looks like it, what happens to the petrodollar? What happens to the China using yuan? Has that accelerated China's independence away from the US dollar? And can we conclude that this is a failed strategy by the US to achieve the same in Iran as they achieved in Venezuela and we're hoping to achieve with Russia? Or is the campaign going to continue? Are they going to keep continuing to chip away on the Iranian economy to try to lead it to collapse from within?
I think their last best option, or their last available best option, is to try to economically put Iran under siege and hope it collapses from within. And that also buys them, buys America time to rebuild on some level, rearm on some level, but it's not going to happen fast enough. And in the meantime, you can kind of hope that supply chains, as they break down globally, maybe China breaks first, but I don't think it's going to happen. But this was not a very well planned operation from a strategic standpoint, or tactically at least. Yeah. They thought they'd go in and kill some people and the thing would fall over, right? It's actually very similar to what Hitler told his generals about the Soviet Union, right? Just kick in the door and the whole rotten edifice will collapse. Well, it didn't work out that way. And it's kind of something similar here where, hey, let's just remove, let's just kill the Ayatollah and everything will collapse around it. Well, we're coming up on 3 months or 2 months now, and it's not so far going the way we thought. And so I think I think that's what we're seeing. Hey, we'll ratchet up the sanctions pressure, we'll ratchet up the the blockade, and we'll hope that it all works out. That basically the sort of the breakdown that ensues is least painful for us and not painful for us politically.
When did China become independent from the petrodollar?
I would probably date it to 2018, when in March of 2018, when they launched the yuan oil contract. And once
that's
they
when
started,
the process, that's when the process started, yeah?
I would think so. 2015, 2014, you could argue it was really 2014 when they opened the Shanghai Gold Exchange International Board, because Russia was selling oil in yuan at that point. And that was basically reopening a gold window so that, if you end up selling oil in yuan, you end up with yuan, you can take it to Shanghai and buy gold. That's something that's very attractive to any oil exporter. They all love gold. They love gold more than dollars, historically. So 3Q14, that was a big moment. 2015, summer of 2015, at LBMA conference in Singapore, the People's Bank of China representative said, we see the mark of an internationalized currency being the ability to invoice oil and gas in Chinese yuan, and we're using gold to do that. Nobody paid attention. 2018, you had the yuan oil contract launch, and it's interesting. Starting in 2018, you can see a separation in China's trade surplus. Their surpluses began accelerating as their exports rose faster than their imports, which makes sense because it's all dollar denominated. So if you're starting to pay some of your import bill in yuan while your export bill largely stays dollar denominated, your trade surplus is going to blow out. And that's been happening. China's been running record trade surpluses. Even last year, yuan rose significantly against the dollar in 2025. And yet China's trade surplus, dollar denominated, rose almost 25%. It went from 990 billion to 1.2 trillion, despite the fact that the yuan strengthened against the dollar by the most in years. So you can see the footprints in markets, if you know what you're looking for, of China breaking out of sort of the petrodollar constraints in their balance of payment. Again, China's not doing this because they hate the US, because they want bad for the US. This is a matter of national security for China. This is a position of weakness for China that they've identified 20 years ago and have been slowly making progress to gain the ability to buy oil and gas and commodities in their own currency. And they've succeeded.
Did the war in Ukraine speed that up as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sped it up, and especially the U.S.'s reaction in the 2022 to sanctioning Russian FX reserves. The first thing that sped it up, ironically, was the U.S. was kicking Iran off the SWIFT system in 2012. And we wrote about this last week for clients. 2012, the U.S. and Europe kicked Iran off the SWIFT system, hyperinflates Chinese economy almost overnight.
That's when it started. It started in 2012 when Iran was kicked out of the SWIFT system.
Oh yeah, China and Russia looked at that and said, "Oh my gosh, we've got to get out of the dollar system. We have to create an alternative." It's not that they have to get out of the system, but they have to create an alternative. Otherwise, any war that started would be over day one. The Americans would kick you out of the system, you'd hyperinflate, and you got to come to the table. So by 2015, China had the CIPS system up and running, doing barely any volume. Well, 2025 data, I believe, it's doing 45 trillion yuan a year, right? So it's $7 trillion a year. And a big ramp up in that was after 2022, when multiple people tell me that Persian Gulf allies of the United States saw us sanction Russian FX reserves. And both of the two people that didn't know each other said to me they were horrified. One of the biggest Persian Gulf allies of the United States. And you can see the world began reserving gold, right? That's when the central bank increase in gold reserves rose meaningfully after we sanctioned Russia.
What year?
2022. Yep. And every year since, central banks have bought about 1,000 tons of gold. Last year was down to maybe 750 or 800 tons, but still well above prior pre-2022 trends. So the Russian, not so much the 2014 Russian war, but certainly the 2022 Russian war in Ukraine meaningfully accelerated the move towards using Chinese payment systems more.
I'm enjoying this conversation a lot, man. Always when we jump on a chat, I just learned so much. I'm just sitting there typing so many notes as you speak. We've had similar conversations before when we talked about the price of gold reaching all-time highs. So now that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, can you break down what that means for the petrodollar? I know you started doing that earlier, but how, if Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, charges a toll and either forces countries to pay using the yuan, which would be extraordinary. I think that would be insane. I think the US will accept. Or at least maybe starts to offer discounts if there's countries paying through the yuan, or not charging a toll whatsoever if a country pays through the yuan. We talked about the swap line that the UAE requested from the US allegedly and threatened to use the yuan instead. What would that mean for the US dollar if Iran does control the Strait of Hormuz?
I think what it means for the US dollar, there are multiple factors. So let's just talk through it. So in the short run, if Iran retains control of the Strait of Hormuz and flows remain constricted in global oil markets, in the very short run, that's going to be positive for the dollar, paradoxically, because
if they use the dollar, because they might use the yuan, no, by charging the fees.
Well, it depends on the volume. But let's assume that let's take them at their word and say we're not going to reopen it it's going to run different than it used to. So let's assume volume doesn't ramp back up to where it was, and then let's assume volume does. If volume doesn't ramp back up to wherever it was, and some of the volume is done in yuan, in the very short run, that's going to actually be good for the dollar. And it's going to be good for the dollar because there's not going to be as much oil. So oil is going to be higher. You're going to need dollars to buy oil from the Americans. It's also going to squeeze the global economy. It's going to hurt the global economy. And generally speaking, when the global economy is hurt because there's so much dollar-denominated debt, it's going to drive the dollar up as there's going to be less dollars from economic activity against a fixed amount of dollar demand from dollar-denominated debt. So you're going to squeeze the dollar up there. And then to the extent marginal oil flows are shifted out of dollars into yuan, there's, again, fewer dollars chasing a stable amount of dollar demand from dollar-denominated debt, et cetera. And so it's, in the short run, it is actually supportive for the dollar, paradoxically. Now, once you get beyond midterm or medium term and long term, it's negative for the dollar. Ultimately, If it's being priced in yuan, you're going to start creating this parallel system. Foreigners are not going to need to buy as many dollars and hold as many dollars. And that, again, if they're not buying as many dollars, it's actually dollar positive. But ultimately, we've got to finance our deficits. And the way those deficits will get financed is either the Fed will print dollars to finance them, or they'll change bank regulations so that banks effectively print dollars to finance our deficits. And that basically, over time, means that we're going to have to print dollars to finance deficits, and that's dollar negative in the long run. That's ultimately positive for the U.S., in my opinion, because that then facilitates more competitive manufacturing, more competitive real economy, wage growth in those sectors, et cetera. It starts to definancialize the U.S. So you have to understand the mechanical impacts that are probably dollar positive, all else equal, early on, and then dollar negative as time rolls on from that.
The dollar negative as well. Can you break those down? Because there's multiple negatives, and one of them is also leverage as well. The US dollar has been weaponized in a way that will not be able. There's been, people are saying that America's biggest weapon is the US dollar, and the entire navy and military might is there to protect that biggest weapon, the US dollar. And if that weapon is weakened, that could lead to an acceleration of the multipolar world that everyone's been talking about for a while.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And something I've been wrestling with this whole war, and I quite honestly still don't know what to make of it, is I can see in the short run how it could support the dollar. I can see how in the long run it's going to weaken the dollar. I can't tell if this is, 3D, 4D, 5D chess genius, or just somebody didn't do their homework and are now trying to figure their way out.
Hold on. Where's the 3D chess? You mean the reason for this war is about the control of Strait of Hormuz? So you're not sure whether this was the actual plan, because that would have made sense as an end goal. But obviously, anyone that would have, I was going to say anyone with a brain, but I'm sure people in the intelligence community and the president have a brain. So I just don't know what went wrong, but it was obvious that that end goal cannot be reached militarily. Maybe let Iran collapse from within. The sanctions have worked. We saw Iran economically crumbling, but the military action, instead of speeding that up, it did the complete opposite to an extent, because it allowed Iran to assert their control of the Strait of Hormuz. It gave them, one would say, maybe an exit away from the economic turmoil they were facing. Does Iran really need the sanctions lifted, or can they survive now with their new influence, their assertion of the Strait of Hormuz? Could they survive still being sanctioned by the US? Because Iran has been in economic trouble for decades now. If you compare Iran to the Gulf, it's a heartbreaking story. Militarily, Iran's done great, and that shouldn't be surprising. It's a massive country with an incredible geography. But from an economic perspective, it's a disaster. Look at the currency alone.
Yeah. It's funny. What was it, Rubio or something, where he's saying, this country, it would be so much better if they would stop spending so much on the military and start spending on their people. And there are numerous different American commentators go, did he just hear himself? Like, can you imagine how, as America's got its K-shaped economy, right? And look, the GDP is awesome for the 1%, but the bottom part of this country is not having as fun a time, right? So it was kind of funny to hear him say that about Iran. I mean, it's true. It's a matter of degrees, of course, between us and them, but it's sort of the same disease, which is stop spending so much on the military and start spending on your people. The sanctions they're not good, but I think for me, it keeps coming back to kind of what I said about the Russia war, right? Which was, can the US, can Russia survive? Yeah. As long as China and Russia are kept together, Russia's going to have way more staying power. Remember, we were having these same conversations, not you and me specifically, but we in a community, we're all having the same conversations about how fast the Russian economy was going to collapse after we put sanctions on them and everything in 2022. And at the time, in March of 22, I said, it's not going to collapse. As long as China and Russia, as long as China stays and supports Russia, Russia's going to have way more staying power, way more leverage than anybody thinks. And oh my gosh, did I take a bunch of guff for it? But here we are, 4 years later. It's true. Russian economy is humming. It's a war economy. Inflation's high, but they have one of the strongest economies in the world. It's a fact. Iran is not Russia for a number of different reasons. But I think from a meta perspective, if China keeps supporting Russia, or excuse me, keeps supporting Iran, this is it's not going to be good in Iran, but it's going to last a lot longer. And again, they've got time. We don't. Right? Our markets are the U.S. economy is the S&P 500. U.S. economy is the bond market. And the longer this goes on, global supply chains start breaking. They're not going to be able to pretend that things are fine anymore. And those breakdowns are already starting. So then you get into, okay, well, can we split off China from Iran? Well, now that we've made it clear that part of the whole thing was to try to choke out China, do we really think China's going to say, oh, America, you're right. I'll help you tip over Iran so that you can control Hormuz and dictate my oil supplies and my currency? I think there's zero chance of that happening. None. And if, again, I just go back to, again, it's not about the cliff, right? Everyone's going to go over the cliff if this thing stays largely closed, this thing being Hormuz. The question is, who goes over first? And ultimately, the second the U.S. gets close to that cliff, politically, they're either going to have to, give up, or they're going to have to suspend elections or do something, put in capital controls or something, right? That's some sort of extreme thing because, again, we don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have the time they do. If China supports Iran, Iran has more time than we do. That's my take.
By the way, just a piece of information that came in. The team just sent it to me. So that's pretty significant when it comes to the Lebanese and Hezbollah issue. A Hezbollah operative has been extradited to Panama for the 1994 bombing of Al-Aqsa Krikanas Flight 901, which killed 20 people, including 12 members of the Jewish community. Ali Zaki Hajj Jalil, whatever, has been on the run for 3 decades. He will now stand trial. I don't know where he's been captured. If he's been captured in Lebanon, I've asked my team for context where he's been captured. But if he's been captured in Lebanon, that would be, I'm not sure whether he's been captured. That would be pretty. Okay, that was in Latin America. I thought he was captured in Lebanon because that would have been very, very significant. But just going back to the point as we wrap up, we've just got a few more minutes. On the short-term impact of this, I know you've just broken down how it's positive. Can you just explain it again, if you don't mind, Luke? Where is the benefit to the US with this blockade and everything that has happened? So people understand that this is not going to be an immediate collapse. And, as people listen to you, they'll remember this conversation as they see things happen a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now with the status quo that was created now, that the impact it will have on the US dollar and the global economy and the US economy especially. So let's talk about the short-term positive impact because we've really dug deep into the long-term negatives.
I think the blockade in the short run is, the best remaining alternative, which is, we thought we would remove the head of we thought we'd kill the Ayatollah.
You're talking, sorry. Oh, I misunderstood. Sorry, Luke. So you're talking about the US blockade, not an Iranian blockade.
Right now, yeah. I mean, I thought that's what you were. Yeah, no,
okay. That's why I'm confused.
So last, yeah. Are you asking for how long will they keep it closed?
No. So if we see a long-term US blockade, obviously that's going to be good for the US dollar because that's blockading Iran. So that one I understand. If we see Trump open up the Strait of Hormuz, because I don't think he could sustain a long-term blockade. Like it's almost an impossibility for me. This is purely a short-term leverage in the negotiations. That's it. It'll probably last another week, maybe 2. That's my guess, depending how things go. If Iran continues, not their blockade, so put the blockade aside. Sorry. If Iran has their toll booth effective a week from now, or remains, it's already effective. If there's an Iranian toll booth where Iran requests ships to pay with yuan, is that going to have an immediate negative impact on the US or more long-term as well? And short-term could even be positive. So not the blockade, I apologize.
Oh yeah, no, if they're running a yuan tolling operation and they're allowed to keep doing that, there's 2, in the short run, I think it's very good for the dollar, just mechanically, because you're going to be basically squeezing dollar supplies. Okay. I think it's really good for gold because ultimately the only way to get Chinese yuan is you sell dollars, you buy gold, and you sell the gold in China to get yuan, and then you take the yuan to Iran and you buy the oil with that. Because everyone keeps saying, it's very, very important. Iran wants yuan because there is a non-dollar system. They can get yuan and never touch the dollar system, number one. Number two, everyone rightfully says that the yuan is not convertible. It's not that liquid. And there's capital controls on it in China. And I would add, you can't get yuan unless you run a surplus against the Chinese, right? You have to, and nobody runs a surplus against the Chinese except for certain oil countries. So to get yuan, you gotta sell dollar, buy gold, take the gold to an offshore yuan clearing bank, London, Singapore, UAE, Hong Kong, or Shanghai. Sell gold, get yuan, take the yuan to Iran, get your oil, and then go. So if Iran is allowed to continue to do this, they have basically ushered in another aspect of multi-currency energy pricing. In other words, you're going to have dollar oil and you're going to have yuan oil. It's going to be really good for gold. It's going to be, and that over time will be negative for the dollar. But again, I don't think the dollar system has gotten us to the point where we can't go to war without China making our weapons for us. And so many people say, oh, this would be a disaster for America. I always ask, why? If this dollar system has been so good for us, why are we dependent on China for weapons? We're not a sovereign country in that way. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I understand. So essentially a weaker dollar just brings manufacturing or allows the US to bring manufacturing back home. So that's the benefit of it. But
yeah,
especially with AI, but when it comes to weapons, that's domestic production for domestic use. You don't need a weaker dollar for that, do you?
It's more the defense industry is the defense industrial base, right? That basically you're telling capital to go away.
Okay.
More specifically, you're telling capital that if you want to come to America, you've got to put the capital in factories, etc. We don't want it in our assets anymore. We don't want it in our financialized assets anymore. That's the message of that, essentially. Because a factory base does well with a weak dollar, financial assets not so much.
Holy shit! As we wrap up, guess what just came in now? According to who's that? Is that Wall Street Journal? I think it's Wall Street Journal, yeah. Washington Post. According to the Washington Post. Fucking hell. I need to stop cursing. The Pentagon has told Congress it could take up to 6 months to fully clear mines from the Strait of Hormuz, with such operations unlikely to begin until the war with Iran ends. The estimate was shared during classified briefing in the House of Armed Services Committee.
All along, people have been saying, oh, we'll have it open. Well, I've been saying it's going to take longer than you think. These things, people forget the Vietnam War. It took 10 weeks. When the peace talks started in '68, it took 10 weeks to decide where the various players were going to sit at the table and what shape the table would be. 10 weeks just to decide the shape of the table and where everyone would sit. Once people start shooting at each other, emotions get high. Like this isn't Liberation Day. Trump is not the only one to decide it.
That's insane, man. Like that, wouldn't that keep causing issues for the Strait of Hormuz by the insurance companies? That could maintain high energy prices for a long time.
Yeah, and we're at energy prices now that the Western bond markets can't sustain. They're going to have to then print money to cap yields, which then it's going to be very inflationary. Yeah, and that's on some level that's okay. It's fine. I guess it is what it is. There's winners and losers, but yeah, it's that's very interesting.
Yeah. Last question for you, Luke. Where do you see this by next month? Because I love when economists give predictions, because that's what really it depends on.
I think there's not going to be a lot changed. I think we'll probably get a couple more lies about it being open and being closed, about a peace deal and not a peace deal. I think a month from now we'll be we'll talk and it'll be like, hey, it's still mostly closed and we still haven't invaded and they're working on trying to talk about something and meet, maybe they'll have met once, whatever, but I don't think anything substantial will have changed in a month.
And Trump will just walk away and leave things as they are?
He might. I'd be surprised because that's a strategic loss for the U.S. But I think we're going to still be here in a month. And the only thing that'll have changed is we'll be a month further along in supply chains. And, some trips I have planned later for the year, later for the summer, I strongly suspect I'll get a ping from the airlines saying these are canceled, or the conference will say we can't get people in, we're canceling. I think you'll continue to see U.S. GDP trend down. I think you'll see global GDP trend down faster. You'll see more and more headlines of broken supply chains. But I don't think, as it relates to the war, I think a month from now we'll be in the same position.
Luke, always a pleasure, man. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really enjoyed this conversation. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. It's great to talk to you.
Always a pleasure. We've got Major General Randy Manor coming on now. General, how are you, sir?
I'm doing very well. Good to see you.
Pleasure's all mine. So we just got a report. It's perfect timing that he came on. A report by the Washington Post. The Pentagon has told Congress it would take up to 6 months to fully clear mines from the Strait of Hormuz, with such operations unlikely to begin until the war with Iran ends.
Okay.
Whew. Does that surprise you?
Yes. I don't believe that for a second.
Okay, interesting.
They can clear the mines because there aren't that many. The best of my knowledge of all the sources I've been using, they could clear these mines, I would estimate, in a matter of weeks, not 6 months. I'm wondering if that is somebody being just extremely pessimistic, or what the reason is for that kind of a statement. That does not make much sense.
Can you elaborate? Because I've heard many times, obviously by people a lot less knowledgeable than you, but a lot of people are talking about how the US has decommissioned a lot of their mine-sweeping ships. And also, if Iran has placed mines but let them float around, there'd be floating mines, which are a war crime, then they'd be a lot harder to find in the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. So just to remind everybody that there are 4 kinds of mines. There are seabed mines that literally sit down on the bottom, and they, based on acoustic and overpressure and different sensors, they will go off at the appropriate time. So a seabed mine. The second one is called moored mines. It's literally the old-fashioned World War II idea of a mine hanging from a chain that's anchored to the bottom of the sea. So that's the second style.
What is that one called? What is that one called? The second one?
Moored. M-O-O-R-E-D. Moored mines.
Okay.
The third kind.
And the moored, sorry, the moored ones, how do they work?
Okay, moored mines, very similar to the other one. It can be either contact, it can be proximity by either acoustic or magnetic, or it could be, they could even be remotely detonated. They're very sophisticated anymore. It's not like the old World War II ones, which you had to run into it in order for it to go off. The ones with the little spikes that you would always see in the movies. So, yeah. Which were obviously, those were detonators. So anyway, so that's the second type. The third type is the one that you mentioned a few minutes ago, which are drifting mines, which indeed are more difficult to find. And the fourth one, these are a new generation of mines. They are ones that rest on the bottom, but whenever they get certain signals, they rise to the surface and they fire a missile that hones in on the ship. So they're very sophisticated, and they're deadly. So that's the fourth kind. Now,
what is that one called? What is that one, Gino?
They could be called rocket-propelled mines. Rocket-propelled mines. Okay.
Do you know if Iran has those?
Yes,
sorry
to
interrupt you so much, Randy. Okay, they do. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now, in answering your question about minesweepers, that's old school. While yes, it's nice if you have a ship that's dedicated to it, but technology has advanced much further than that, and we don't have the need for a dedicated ship called a minesweeper. There are 4 techniques to be able to locate and to be able to disarm mines. And that is, number 1, dragging an array behind a ship that basically detects them. Either, they can be, and by the way, it's not just like within the immediate area, it's quite a large spectrum channel that they would be looking for them and finding them. And again, everything from sonar to acoustic to magnetic, all types of techniques that are in these sensors that are towed behind a ship. That's one. Second technique is to use underwater drones. Okay, and those are portable. They can be assigned to any ship. The third type is going to be, it's a variation thereof, is on the surface drones or in the air drones. Okay, so you can have underwater, on the surface, or you can have above. And then the next technique is to use specially equipped helicopters that they look like a Black Hawk helicopter. It's a variant of that is used with sensors to be able to fly over an area and to be able to detect mines of the various types. So you notice I didn't say you had to have a dedicated minesweeper like World War II, Vietnam era. That's not needed. I mean, it's nice to have, but not needed. So I'll pause.
Does the US have the other capabilities?
Yes. In fact, many nations have those other capabilities, not just the US.
Okay, so America's capability of being able to remove those mines is they are more capable than what people claim online. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. I have to be very careful about what people claim what, but I will tell you these are facts and they exist. Okay. So, and by the way, and it does not matter necessarily the kind of ship. It's all about, does that ship have those devices on board in order to do it? And I'm not saying that every ship has them, but I'm saying that it's likely that certain ships would have them as a status quo. So anyway,
is there a possibility if we want to speculate that this report is true, which you're saying is unlikely, and obviously there's a lot of reports about a lot of things, and a lot of them, if not the majority of them, are false. But if it is true, what would that mean? Could that indicate that maybe Iran placed a lot more mines than we initially thought? We thought initially it's a dozen mines, but could they have clandestine, discreetly placed 500 mines in the Strait of Hormuz on the Omani side, maybe?
So it's I'm going to call it unlikely. How about if we say that? Unlikely. Why do I say this? Because the intelligence reports that would have been leaked through the administration would have given some indication of scope. Because if it was hundreds and hundreds of mines, then the U.S. probably would have some other escalation to say, look at what you've done. You've closed this for, like, it was 500 mines. That's way different than it being several dozen mines. So in other words, unlikely.
Yeah. I'm asked the team to look at the report and let me know what the report claims. Maybe there's more context that I didn't read out in the summary. There's another thing I want to show you. Lisa, can you put that photo as well of the boats, the Iranian boats, about 33 of them heading back to shore after, ensuring the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So Trump has claimed multiple times that the Strait of Hormuz has been shut. And then there's this picture right here that team will put on the screen. Yes. But you see right here, just a couple, about 33 fast attack boats that were returning to coast after patrolling the Strait of Hormuz. So does that indicate, did we always know they have these capabilities? And does that mean anything to Trump's claim that the Navy's been completely destroyed? I don't know whether we call 33 fast attack boats a Navy, but it's worth asking anyway, because the argument whenever Trump said the Navy's been destroyed, a lot of people told me, Mario, yes, but Iran has hundreds, if not thousands, of these smaller boats that can cause a lot of damage. Some of them could even act like kamikaze boats as well.
Yeah, because they could either swarm an American vessel, or they could be used against a freighter in much smaller numbers, because a freighter doesn't have the same defenses, of course. So, in answering your question, when someone says they've destroyed the Navy and its capability to have any impact, you presume, and at least I would as well, that means that any offensive capability has been eliminated. Well, I'll be blunt, that was a lie from day one, because even I knew that they have hundreds, I'm not saying thousands, but they have hundreds of these other smaller, fast boats that are kept in various locations. and they can launch mines, they can board a vessel. I'm talking about a freighter. They could theoretically be used to swarm a U.S. destroyer. The point is, these boats exist. I do not remember that the administration has been saying a lot of superlatives. We've completely destroyed them. We've annihilated their capability to do anything. And anybody who knows anything knows they can still fire missiles. They can still fly drones. Not in the numbers, of course, compared to a month ago, but still they have capabilities that can harm their neighbors and harm us. So I need for your listeners to take everything that the administration says with a grain of salt to find what is truth. And right now, in the idea of having a 5,000 ton or larger ship, I think those have been all destroyed or neutralized. But in terms of the ability, the offensive ability to impact shipping and potentially even the navies of naval ships of other countries, including ours, that's still a very real possibility.
Also, there were yesterday in the Iranian protests, I want to kind of dig into what their capabilities are, kind of start from there. It's been a few days we haven't spoken. Now that the war is at a pause, I think it's at an end, and I'll get your thoughts on where we are now to kind of give us an idea of what the mindset is on the Iranian side, because we kind of know, at least I do, and I'll get your thoughts on it, that Trump wants out. But we had yesterday the Karashmar 4 ballistic missile that was paraded on the streets by the Iranian regime. Now, we know that they do have significant missile capabilities. We had reports as the war was winding down, we had reports coming out of like Channel 12 and CNN that Iranian missile capabilities have been degraded a lot less than initially expected, and some of their capabilities are deep underground and they cannot even be destroyed. Israel said they can't destroy them alone with their own military capabilities. And I've been told, and the reports don't say this, but I've been told, a lot of people claim that Iran has the capacity to manufacture missiles on the ground. So before we move on to the American capabilities, and from all the claims that I've mentioned, what are their capabilities from what you've seen, and do they have the ability to manufacture missiles on the ground? Are they that capable?
I do not have firsthand evidence of their ability to manufacture underground. However, the various reports that I read give extremely high credibility the fact that they do have deep underground manufacturing facilities, the same way the Germans did, and quite frankly, even the United States, that we did on the West Coast predominantly. We had underground facilities in case the Japanese ever were figuring out a way to bombard the coastline, especially Seattle or Los Angeles and Long Beach. So do they have them? I think with a high degree of certainty they do. Do they have a significant capability of missiles to still be able to fire at their neighbors and the United States forces in the region? I believe, again, with a high degree of probability that's true.
Did you see the report yesterday by CNN on the American stockpiles of a lot of the air defense munitions were depleted 50% or 30%, and one another, the THAAD, I think is at 50. The Patriots are about 30% depleted. And then you've got the Tomahawks, about a third of them depleted, and other air defense munitions and advanced missile systems also depleted significantly. So the numbers were pretty staggering, a lot more than initially thought. Yes. And some people even told me these numbers are optimistic. Have you seen those reports, and how concerning are they?
So I have seen those reports from the sources that I have been able to glean. I think there is very high credibility that we've exhausted no less than 1/3 or more of all of our defensive weapons. 1/3 or more just on this, because we have been using them against targets that amount for $30,000 to $50,000 targets. And it's like, what the hell are we doing? We're wasting the capability. So I give it high credibility that we're that bad off. And by the way, the other question, which you did not ask, which is very important, how long will it take to replace these stocks based on our present manufacturing capability? It's going to take between 2 and 3 years. 2 and 3 years to replace those stocks. Now, you've probably heard that the administration has said, oh, we're going to go on a World War II footing, calling in the leaders of GM and many of the other car manufacturers. That's 100% that's a pipe dream, and that's BS. No one is going to switch the capability of a line from manufacturing cars, which are creating an income level, to not having a contract whatsoever from the federal government. If the government awards the contract, then they will obviously gear up to provide that weapon or that whatever it might be that they're looking for. So this idea of the administration saying we're going to World War II footing, that's complete propaganda. It's not possible. And there, by the way, there's no need either. We don't even need to do that. So bottom line up front, 2 to 3 years to replace what we've got if we don't expend very many more.
You said we don't need the World War II footing.
That's correct.
Is that because your argument is that the solution is just 2 to 3 years of peacetime so we could restock? That's a better solution?
We have got to, okay. We need to accelerate the replacement of these defensive weapons. That means additional contracts that are going to encourage the vendors to be able to, the defense contractors to be able to add more shifts, build more capacity to more rapidly produce defensive weapons. So I am in fully of support of that, only because we wasted all this stuff. So we have to get this back up. So that's item one. Item two, beyond that, hell no. This is a war that the evidence is showing that Trump agreed to the Prime Minister of Israel's request to use American money, American lives to diminish the capability of Iran. That's it. This was never part of the national military strategy approved by the Secretary of Defense and the President earlier this year. This was never in there. Zero. So the point is, we need to be able to step back. We need to be able to say, what is in the best interest of the United States about defending our nation and our economic power? And attacking Iran at the present time is not one of them, and never was one, other than, of course, ensuring that they don't have the ability to develop a nuclear weapon. That's always been number one. And I think the overwhelming majority of Americans, whether they are blue or red, doesn't matter. That is something that everyone agrees on.
For Iran not to have nuclear weapons?
Correct. Yes.
Do you think their ability to build a nuclear weapon now, as well as their willingness, is more than it was before the war, or less?
I think that they're... Okay. Remember 10 months ago, the president said he destroyed the capability of the Iranians to develop a nuclear weapon. That was a lie. Right now, by the way, it was diminished. It was diminished. This time, it's still a lie. And however, it has been diminished even further. The Iranians know that the one way to get attention from the world is to hold that nuclear card. And until they have safeguards for free commerce and for the lifting of sanctions against Iran, they are going to keep that card close to them and say, hey, if you don't return to a peacetime situation, we're never going to hand that card to you. If you have guarantees that you're going to do these things, then you know what? We'll talk about how we're going to exchange this capability to diminish the risk of them ever developing a weapon. So it's not in the best interest of Iran to just give that away. If I was sitting in their shoes, it's in their best interest to be able to hold on to it, to get as much out of the United States as they can toward normalcy. So I know that was a long-winded answer, but
no, not at all. Not at all. I think I agree with your statement as well. So what do you think it would take for Iran now? And Iran, and by the way, if you disagree with me, make sure you do so and make it clear. But with an Iran that I think is, one, strategically proven their military capabilities were more than what many analysts expected.
Right.
And proven that they have dominance over the Strait of Hormuz and can close it at any time. So an Iran that's emboldened to that extent, what would it take for them to give up their nuclear weapons?
Okay. And we'll even back that up one step, to stop enriching the uranium to levels that are beyond what they need to run power plants or medical needs. So that's really what we're trying to get at, because the nuclear weapon is 5 steps down the road. So if they stop enriching the uranium, that will be a win-win. What do they need, in my opinion? And by the way, this administration likes to think in bold steps. Attack, ceasefire, attack, ceasefire. I mean, it's either 0 or 1. We need to think in about small incremental steps of I'll give you that and you give me that. The first step is to get the strait back open again. Iran knows it can close the strait like that, literally like that. They can close it. So why doesn't the United States and Iran find little steps that they can kind of barter back and forth to open the strait toward the goal of negotiating the much more difficult situation about the issue of stop the enrichment of uranium, and the U.S. would then stop on the embargo of goods and and allowing free trade in that region. So the Iranians want the free trade. The United States wants no more enriched uranium. And to get to that goal, we need to back up in little tiny baby steps to be able to trust each other, small step by small step. And that's not happening. This administration is going all out. They're closing down all the ports of Iran. Iran feels, well, I'm insulted. I'm going to up the game. I'm going to fire on a couple of freighters. It does amuse me. Allegedly, they've captured a couple of freighters, which makes no sense, because where are they going to take them to? Because they can't take them to a port.
Who
Because
captured?
they're all-
You mean the Americans? The Americans captured 2 of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But you're
I
saying
know.
the Americans captured 2 cargo ships. You're saying they can't take him to any ports?
No. Remember the report coming out in the past 24 hours is that Iran boarded and took 2 freighters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying those they can't, but can't they take them to their own port?
No, they can't take. The Iranians grabbed 2. By the way, the names of the ships and the registries. One is Panama. What was the other one?
I read the report. I remember now. Yeah, I'm just trying to find
Right.
it. I remember.
Yeah, it's all there. So the point is, great.
MSC Francesca, which is described to be linked to Israel, and the other one is Epaminondas, I think.
Okay.
Both vessels now visible off the Iranian coast on marine traffic. Iran said we're disrupting order and safety in the Strait of Hormuz. They said disrupting order and safety in the Strait of Hormuz is our red line. The IRGC has seized 2 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and transferred them to Iranian waters.
So one of the reports I had said it was the intent was to take them to Iranian ports, but they couldn't get them in a port. Moving them to Iranian waters, I can see that.
If you don't mind me, do you mind if I ask why can't they take it into an Iranian port?
Because the U.S. is blockading the ports, so they couldn't get through.
The U.S. is blockading the actual ports, or they're blockading the Strait of Hormuz?
No, they're blockading the ports. Both.
Wow.
Yeah, no, they're blockading the ports. So that means that no ships can even leave the port or go into the port. And they're doing it both inside and outside of the strait, because Iran has ports on both sides of the strait.
So first, you agree with my statement that the U.S. has strategically lost this war?
It pains me to say this. At this point, this has been a total tragedy of loss of American lives and many, many tens of billions of taxpayer dollars. For what? So
for a deal that's looking worse than what we had in Oman a month and a half ago.
There is no deal right now. There's no deal.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's agreeing with you or disagreeing with you, but I think it kind of sucks. It's not a moment to be. I don't know. This is embarrassing, quite frankly. And it's not embarrassing because the military is not capable of doing things. It's embarrassing because the administration never defined what the objectives were, got buy-in and understanding in the community that all he was doing was responding to the Israeli prime minister. And remember, their objectives were just diminish the capability of Iran, period. diminish their military capability. And in all fairness, Israel wanted to decapitate the leadership of Iran. But look, anytime this is kind of sad also, you're going to kill somebody, the people that replace them are probably going to be much more hardcore than not. They're going to be much more focused on resisting than the idea of capitulating. I mean,
and we're seeing that already.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've got a regime that is now, in my opinion, probably more extreme than the one that was there before.
Oh, I think it's hard to deny that. And like Trump is giving up so many concessions, Randy, so many. Like at the beginning, he's like, we're going to limit their ballistic missile program. We're going to destroy their nuclear program. It's going to be total surrender. Okay, I'll put that statement aside. That's more him playing politics. But they're going to dismantle their proxy networks, one of the demands. So the US had all these different demands. And now all that Trump is asking is the nuclear program in the Strait of Hormuz, which was already open, and the nuclear program, which they were willing already in Oman. So his requests, and now we're talking about the possibility of the nuclear program the Strait of Hormuz, just walking away, letting Iran control it and the rest of the world sorting it.
Yeah. Oh, the fact that the administration is trying to get Europe to open the straits is pathetic. It's like, wait a minute, who caused this? It was the administration, the American administration caused it. And they're now turning and being belligerent about the Europeans need to stand up for it. I mean, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
Well, I do want to say, though, the best thing Trump could do with this is walking away. That is his best alternative. And he's at least doing that. So at least I give him credit there. According to Axios, he's willing to explore all diplomatic options before resuming the war, which we kind of know. It's a bit obvious. But also Iranians know this. And Iranians are really pushing this now. They're really seeing how much they can get out of the US.
So this president is not used to getting his own way because in the United States, he controls the destinies of the Republican senators and representatives, whereas he doesn't control Iranians whatsoever in the world stage. So the dilemma that he's in, he's got to figure a way to back out of this. It is my professional and personal opinion. As you probably know, in Virginia, yesterday, there was a vote to restructure, a vote of the people to restructure the districts, to quite frankly reduce the number of representatives in the House by 4, which passed by only 2 points, even though the governor in last year's election won by 15. It is my...
Where is that? Sorry, where is that, Randy? Where is that?
Oh, in Virginia. I live in Virginia.
Okay.
So there was a vote yesterday that said, should we redistrict to be able to go of the 11 House seats that Virginia has. It's presently, I think it's 6 and 5, but now for November's election, it's going to be 10-1, 1 Republican district, 10 blue districts.
Oh, wow. So politically, there's already a lot of movements, because I'm not too deep in US politics, especially recently because of the war.
This was just
one of my guests mentioned it briefly. Yeah, one of my guests mentioned it briefly earlier.
So remember that Trump called the Texan legislator, the governor, and said, get me more votes. I want more House seats. So they literally dictated at the legislative level, they redistrict the Texas map.
It was a while ago. Yeah.
And then a couple other states, red states at the legislative level did. Then California put it to the vote of the people, which then the people voted to it. Virginia did it yesterday. So right now, if elections were held in the United States, right this very minute, Trump would lose the House across the board. Now remember, this is very powerful. If the president loses the House, he will be investigated and his government will be investigated non-stop in every committee, and he will be impeached on a regular basis for various grounds. He cannot afford this. Why do I even bring this up right now? Why? Is because if this president had thought more clearly, and what are the unintended consequences? It's my blunt opinion. He shot himself in the foot in the Virginia election because of this bizarre behavior that he's displaying, that is resulting in many people saying, "What the hell? No, we're gonna give the Democrats a chance and see what happens." Because right now, having the Republicans hold all three power, the House, the Senate, and the presidency is clearly not working. So his life became harder because something he did, not because someone else did it to him, even though he'll blame everyone else. So it's very important.
Except Israel. He made a post very clearly, Randy. He said it's not Israel. So he's already taken him out of being under the bus. So they're already exempt. We'll see who's going to be playing, but it's not Israel. It's important to note that.
So by the way, there's a Shakespeare quote from Hamlet that says, "Thou dost protest too much, methinks." What that means is when the president said, "No, the Israeli prime minister did not tell me to do this," it's like, Mr. President, just shut up.
Yeah, exactly. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, wow, okay, I'm reconsidering my position on that. Israel doesn't have that much influence. And I made a joke. I'm like, someone seems to have given Trump a call.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Let me
Go
look
ahead.
at the. That's all right. I'm looking at the betting platform to see the odds of the Democrats winning the Senate as well in the midterms. Because they were. Wow. All right. It's getting bigger and bigger. So now it's about the same actually. It's been a while. It's been like this for about 2 weeks. 52% chance the Democrats win the Senate. And if you look at the numbers before, it was like a 20-something% chance. Just a few months ago, it was 28% chance.
Oh my goodness!
A few months ago.
What is
the
difference? What does it say about the House? What is
the House? It's not even a debate. The House. Let me see where it is. But the House is almost guaranteed.
This vote in Virginia, I'm sure it changed the odds.
Which party will win the House? 85% chance it'll be the Democrats.
By the way, I'm laughing because this is solely because of the president's actions.
Yeah.
It's not because people want Democrats or Republicans. It's because we're tired of paying so much money for gas. We're tired of American lives being spent for reasons we don't understand. And it's just, oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go that way, but I don't know much about politics, but that's something that just came up.
There's another thing that also just came out is Trump, according to Channel 12, told Israel the deadline for Iran is Sunday. Do you think it's another bluff?
You're saying that there's a report that the president just changed. He had said that he was doing it indefinitely. And now you're saying it's Sunday?
It's according to Channel 12. He has informed Israel that Sunday is the deadline for Iran agreeing to a deal.
Does it surprise me that he said that? Hell no, because I'm not surprised by anything this guy says. Do I think that he potentially could change it again? Hell yes. I mean, where's a coin? We can flip it either way and see which way he's going to go on this.
Do you think from a military perspective, is there anything left that the US can do that hasn't done yet?
That's a great question. The answer is yes, there is.
That's not a war crime.
Well, so there are certain things they could do to disable the ability of Iran at the oil fields to be able to destroy equipment. Would not be a war crime, but it would disable their ability to pump out of their most productive fields. I think that would be extremely unfortunate because it's going to make them even angrier and does not do anything whatsoever.
And they'll retaliate in kind as they have before, and they've already threatened. They've already threatened the entire Gulf energy infrastructure if war restarts, as well as the undersea cables for the internet. That was in the last 48 hours.
So do I think that there's anything the military should do? I'm changing the question. Should do? No, there is nothing else the military should do. I think we need to back off, and not back off unilaterally. We need to back off with the Iranians. We need to be able to negotiate the small, simple things first to reduce tension, increase trust, and get the Strait back open toward the goal of talking about, quite frankly, the embargo against Iran, and also, of course, equally as important is that's what they want, and then the issue of the stopping the enrichment of uranium. You got to start small.
Talking about that threat on the Iranian side, I think I know the answer, but would you agree that Iran is capable of delivering on these threats, of being able to destroy the pipelines on the Saudi side, the ones that go, the Yanbu pipeline that goes away from the Strait of Hormuz, the Fujairah plant, the Pars gas field, which they haven't threatened, but I'm guessing it's on the table, and the Houthis closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? You think they could achieve that? And there's been a lot of talk and a lot of rumors that there's going to be a massive decapitation, not a decapitation, but kind of a final blow by Trump being planned, like a one-day massive blow, destroying Iran significantly, degrading their capabilities. Could that happen? I feel like they've tried this time and time again and has failed, but I'll ask it again. I'll ask it anyway. Is there anything, could they do something like that where Iran would not be able to respond, deliver on their threats?
So, bottom line up front, no. Why do I say this? Okay, there's a little news item that there's a slight mention, which I think has an outsized value. The State Department, I think today or last night, very recently, past 24 hours, issued a warning in the Middle East. It said the airspace is partially reopened and all Americans should leave. I actually think that could be a warning that an attack is imminent. An attack meaning sometime in the next week. So I hope it doesn't happen, but could it happen? That is the precursor comment that says we are about to attack. And that's my opinion. Now.
So what was the warning? Sorry, what was the warning yesterday?
The warning from the State Department was the airspace has been partially reopened. All Americans should leave the Middle East immediately.
Okay. And that's usually an indicator of an imminent strike.
Well, imminent meaning days, not hours.
Days. Okay.
Days. So I think that there is a far better than even chance there could be an attack in the next week, unless there is some kind of a concession or capability, trade-off. Now, let me also back off and say one thing. If the United States attacks their oil fields or their ability to move their oil, which you did ask me, I believe that the Iranians could and would damage significantly the ability of the Saudis and other nations to move oil as well. I believe that is very true. So the Saudis don't want that to happen either. So I think, and by the way, the only people in the Middle East that have any ability, in my opinion, to influence this president are the Saudis. No one else. The Saudis. No one in his own administration can influence him, but the Saudis can. But it's all about money. Money to his family, money to him. So I believe that if the Saudis are successful to say, no, do not do this, let's figure out a way to get this strait open again, then maybe the president will listen.
The undersea cables, not sure if you know much about this, but from what I know, is they're very easy to damage. We've seen that happen. The Russians have done it. I think the Houthis have threatened to do it, or they've done it. And those undersea cables, I'm not sure if the Iranians have done it in this war, but the undersea cables, I think I remember in Dubai, I struggled when the Houthis, I think, did it. And that impacted Dubai. I could be wrong. That was a while ago, like a year ago. But those undersea cables, you just drag and anchor at the seabed. And then that's how you destroy it. That's such an easy way to, like, there's just so many ways Iran could retaliate that it's just fascinating how they weren't taken into consideration. It's just so mind-boggling.
Oh, remember, I think on one of your previous podcasts, I said the challenge is this administration, not only are they not experienced, they're naive, and they don't understand the unintended consequences, the scope of them. And with little things, you can cause great damage to the world economy or to the economies of the various nations there without even firing a missile. And either the president was not listening, I think that's the issue, or the senior civilian leadership around him didn't feel that they could, why tell him? I don't know which, or maybe it was both.
There's the USS George H.W. Bush as well as heading to the Arabian Sea. Could that indicate anything? It's expected to reach in the next 3 days, 3 to 4 days.
Yeah. Yes. Well, first of all, remember, they've got to rotate one of those ships out of there because it's been deployed longer than any other aircraft in history since World War II. And that's a huge negative impact on the morale of the sailors on the boat, as well as, of course, family members, because they've been overdue for many, many, many months. So I'm hoping it's a rotation, but it could be a signal, per what I was kind of alluding to, that in the next week there could be another major attack.
Yeah, there is and there's a lot of people smarter than me that are talking about the war not being over, and one of them is Professor Pape, Robert Pape, and he's one of the most vocal opponents of this war. He's been wargaming this for 20 years, I think, wargaming a war with Iran. He's advised multiple administrations, and he told me, Mario, from everything that I'm seeing, and that was about less than a week ago, he's like, from everything that I'm seeing, a ground operation is imminent because Trump has not achieved his objective, which is the capture of the Strait of Hormuz. He is not able to get any win from a legacy perspective without achieving that objective because it's just such a spectacular failure. So he has no choice. Politically, he's not running again, so it matters less to him. Legacy matters more. So in his eyes, a ground operation is imminent. And we are seeing indications of that, like the military buildup. From a military perspective, if you just look at that buildup, is there a way to tell whether a buildup is for bluffing versus a buildup is for imminent action? Is there certain tell signs? Okay.
Yes. So first of all, there is always the possibility. I think it would be insanity, and we would have a tremendous potential loss of American lives. They could seize any of those small islands off the Iranian coast. That is always a possibility. Doing anything on the mainland would be absolutely pathetically bad. The Iranians will not tolerate it. And unlike many countries, they have the ability to just cause hell on any invading nation. So, number two, there are nowhere near sufficient forces. Remember, I've said on your podcast before, we had as many as a quarter million military people on the ground in the Middle East for Iraq. A quarter million. At most, he might have he's got 8 to 12,000, maybe. Nowhere near what's needed. Nowhere near what's needed at all.
Even for one of these islands.
Oh, no. For a small island, yes. But remember, I already said it's extremely high risk.
Oh, okay.
It's possible.
So those troops are enough for an operation on one of these islands or two.
Oh yeah, yes. They'd be enough. I'm sorry,
but it's not. That's not enough for a full ground invasion, a full Iraq-like ground operation. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Absolutely not. So yes, thank you for the clarification. That's right.
Yeah. Iran is massive and mountainous, and Persia's for 2,000 years. It's like the place big armies go to get defeated. So it's like no.
That's right. And one other important thing, you asked me the question, what are the precursors or what are the situations? So in the United States, the way it works, and by the way, I'm not revealing anything that's not classified, this is all completely unclassified, is that you would see alerts going off around the alerts of units, of military units for deployment. And those are not happening. And so anything where we're talking about getting 100,000 troops forward, you would see active and National Guard and Army Reserve units receiving mobilization orders across the country. Zero. They're not happening. So in terms of a large scale invasion, that's not the probability of that happening in the next 90 days is zero. Yeah. The probability of there being some little thing for an island, that could definitely happen. That's a possibility.
And that's the goal of that, is to have some leverage over Iran, to have them concede, to just give Trump the opportunity to walk away. But the problem of it is it could drag him deeper into the quagmire.
By the way, in my opinion, professionally and personally, it will drag him in far deeper because he still does not understand the unintended consequences. As soon as you put people on the ground, human beings on the ground, they can only move out of harm's way as fast as they can run. Secondly, you've got to resupply them with food, water, and ammunition. and that and other and petroleum and so on. That means that's extremely complicated, because you can't, if they don't attack the people on the ground, they could easily attack the helicopters or the ships that might be supporting them. Remember, you can attack those ships from anywhere in Iran with a drone or a missile. You don't have to be sitting there up in the mountain ridge looking at them with a direct fire weapon. You don't need that.
Yeah.
That's World War II old school.
Why do you think Iran is not? They didn't even accept. So why do you think they didn't attend the peace talks? Is it just a blockade? And why do you think they didn't even accept his ceasefire extension? They said, Ghalibaf's personal advisor said his Trump's ceasefire extension is a plan to buy time for a surprise strike. So why do you think they didn't accept the ceasefire? And more importantly, do you think they genuinely believe Trump could screw them again after being screwed twice during negotiations? Or do they read between the lines? Do they know that it's a bluff? Because he's just made so many threats that he did not deliver on.
All right. That was a lot of questions. First, I do believe that the Iranians believe there will be another strike. I think that's a possibility, as I've expressed a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and therefore you're saying you're negotiating, but you're actually moving more things forward, more forces forward. You're rearming and you're resupplying. Okay, that's the first thing. The second, first thing is the Iranians are going to expect a strike. I believe that will happen. Has a high probability. Second part, the Iranians are going to just stall. Right now, they're in the driver's seat right now. They have world opinion that's saying, what the hell? Let us alone, we'll let you alone. I mean, essentially. And then let's sit down and figure this out. But we won't do it with a gun to our head. And that is just because the Iranians are very proud, and they are standing up to the United States. And that earns them a lot of respect around the world, that somebody is standing up to the United States, or maybe standing up to Trump. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Standing up to Trump.
There is another big concern of what could happen next on a global scale when it comes to nuclear arms race. Rafael Grossi, the director of the IAEA, says rising conflict and instability could trigger a domino effect where up to 20 countries pursue nuclear weapons. Like, we're struggling to stop a handful of countries from pursuing nuclear weapons. We failed with North Korea. We're struggling with Iran. But there's allies that could be looking for one. Poland is one, obviously, with the threat from Russia. They've already indicated that not willingness, but the wishes of some in the administration, the desire of some in the administration. There's South Korea, there's Japan, because of the Chinese threat. Then you have Turkey because of the Israeli threat, and now the Iranian threat. And Saudi's made it very clear that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, they'll be getting a nuclear weapon. They're all openly discussing it. So the Rafael Grossi's biggest concern is, quote, the war in Iran is accelerating the timeline. Saudi has already flagged it would pursue a bomb if Iran gets one. He also said the US-Iran nuclear deal signed without IAEA is worthless, but that's a different discussion. Is that a genuine concern? Could we see that nuclear arms race? And can the US really do anything to stop it? If they failed with Iran, or at least they're failing, not failed, with Iran to get a nuclear deal, what happens if you've got a list of countries, the dominoes falling one after the other of these countries looking for a nuclear weapon as well?
So this president is causing a worldwide arms race. Period. He is causing a worldwide arms race. He is threatening war. He's using war. He's demanding that countries rearm. It's extremely dangerous. It so much reminds me of the 1930s around the world, with either the Japanese or with the Germans. In answering your question about nuclear weapons, with this particular president, he's incapable of stopping people from accelerating their own weapons procurement and development. He's proven his ineffectiveness the first time, and he's proving it again. So could there be an escalation of rhetoric and talk about wanting a nuclear weapon? I believe absolutely yes. I believe because it takes so long to develop a weapon. I believe none of these countries can do it between now and the time that Trump is gone. So, and then cooler heads will prevail, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. Cooler heads will prevail, and quite frankly, diplomatically and economically stop this madness. No one understands the horrors of war as much as the military of a nation who's been involved in it. And then secondly, of course, the civilians that are involved, as quite frankly, the sadness of being involved in the region. We should not be rearming. We should have a strong defense. Absolutely. And every nation should have a strong defensive capability. We should never, ever, ever be talking about nuclear weapons. We should be talking about acquiring them. We should be talking about eliminating them.
Yeah, didn't Trump not renew the last treaty that was standing between Russia and the US recently? Putin was showing willingness to extend the deadline. Do you know about that? That was a few months ago, and Trump refused to do so. So that expired. There's now no more nuclear arms treaties between the US and Russia, I think, and ask people to fact check me on this. Now, the argument that the Trump administration was making is that the deal is very weak and they want a more comprehensive deal to include China. I think it's a fair argument as well, because you can't have a nuclear arms deal between Russia and the US, but exclude the country that's rearming the fastest, and that's China.
So again, two different issues. China is very important. We're going to set that aside for a second, only because I agree there needs to be engagement with China. Going back to Russia, I was actually responsible, headed up the defense agency called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, which was responsible for ensuring that the Russians and the US abided by that treaty, until, of course, Trump kicked it out because he didn't have his name associated with it. I will tell you that was highly effective. It provided trust and it provided verification between the Russians and the Americans. I've been at a Russian nuclear base outside of Moscow, hosted by the Russians. I've had my men and women in uniform hosted by the Russians flying over to various bases in Russia. We've hosted Russians in the United States doing the same thing. It was a trust but verify situation. Was it perfect? Hell no. Was it darn good? Hell yes. Because our militaries were working together side by side and realizing, hey, the Americans don't want nuclear war. And hey, the Russian military doesn't want nuclear war because it sucks and it's horrible. But now that's gone, and there's a divide, and there's no understanding, and there's no opportunity for working together.
How capable are the Russian nuclear capabilities? You've visited them, you've inspected them.
Well, this was many years ago. This was over 10 years ago. So please understand, it was dated. The Russians absolutely could deliver nuclear weapons anywhere in the world. Okay, period. I mean, that's absolutely a fact. Back then, and I believe it to be true today, the Russians, of all the military capabilities which have eroded, they maintain a large number of nuclear missiles and also on bombers ready to go as a deterrent against the United States. I do not know the complete status, obviously, of what it is today, but I will tell you that 10 years ago, absolutely they could do it. And when we knew what each other could do. And that's why we didn't ever go to war.
I'm trying to find the name. There's a missile, not the Satan. There's one more missile that's very known on the Russian side that cannot be intercepted. The name just slipped my mind. Yeah, it is hypersonic.
Yeah, hypersonic. Yeah.
But there's one of them that I can't remember what it is. They've only got a handful of them. And there was a lot of rumors on whether they supplied one to Iran. I've talked a lot about it, but the name just completely slipped my mind. So how many missiles does I can't find it. Does Russia have that cannot be intercepted by the West?
Okay, so we've got to back up a little bit. These hypersonic missiles are something that is launched. Think about them as at ground level going very fast. So they're not going to be a threat to the United States.
The Oreshnik missile.
Okay, it would be against targets in Europe and other areas. I don't know what the range is, but the point is it's not mainland United States. The mainland United States will be attacked by intercontinental.
Yeah.
They go into space and they come back down. Hypersonic ones don't. Okay, they basically rise up and then they more of a low arc because they're very fast. And I don't know how many they have, but here's the point. That's not a threat to us right now. Could it be a threat in the future? Yes, of course, it could be. I'm not sure if I answered that question or not.
You do, yeah, because the hypersonic, the Oreshnik, hasn't been really verified, and hasn't really been in use. So it's more rumored on whether it could. They've got other hypersonic missiles. They've got the Zircon and the I can't remember the others' names, but their capability to be able to strike the U.S. mainland. There's talks about because there's a lot of people saying there is missiles that Russia has right now that they could they could carry a nuclear warhead and they can reach the U.S. mainland. That is true, and cannot be intercepted. And cannot be intercepted. Is that true?
Okay. Right now, I don't believe that is true. In other words, but here's the important thing. Remember that we don't have much capability along the borders, northern and edges of our country in the south to be able to intercept missiles. We don't have much capability. So that's number one. The short-term capability to intercept missiles is with our intercepting destroyers and cruisers that we would put along the coast of the United States to intercept missiles. But the problem is they're not there right now. Okay? No offense, but what can I say? So remember, I think I said on your program a while ago, I was asked by a British colleague, can there be missiles, non-nuclear missiles? Could there be missiles that could attack London? And the answer is no, there are not. But it doesn't even matter because the ability of the Brits to intercept a missile is zero right now because all 6 of their destroyers that have the intercept capability are all in dry dock. All 6. They can't even defend themselves. And that's the Great Britain. So, and I know that was a long-winded answer, but the U.S. has no significant capability to intercept large numbers.
Now, you're saying right now because they've stretched out.
That's right. Large numbers of missiles. Right. Okay. So remember how I mentioned that.
And Russia has a very large number of missiles, obviously. So
that's correct. They would get through. That's why this idea of mutual assured destruction, MAD, that's why neither side attacks the other, because if they attack, they will be also wiped out simultaneously. And that's why we never want to go there, because our ability to intercept all of the nuclear missiles is very low, and their ability to do the same. And don't get me wrong, we can intercept a lot, but you only need one nuke to make it a very bad day.
What do you think is going to happen to the American bases in the region?
I truly believe that they will be allowed to stay. I think that there will be a lot of behind the scenes activity to say, guys, you know, are we partners or not? And if we're partners, you've got to include us and let us know what is going on. The UAE has already kind of said, you know, the Americans haven't exactly been very helpful to our defense. We've had to defend ourselves. We can't rely on the U.S. to defend us. And yes, we're using U.S. weaponry to defend ourselves because we bought and paid for it. So it's kind of a catch-22. On one side, they're going, what the hell, America? I thought you were here to defend us in addition to ourselves. I didn't see it in this entire engagement because guess what? They didn't.
There's the former advisor, I'm going to see him next week for an interview. The former advisor to MBZ, the president of the UAE, talked about the bases in the region no longer being necessary. He's talking about the ones in the UAE, and there's been talks in the US for a long time that those bases are not necessary. They're if anything, they're more of a liability because they become sitting targets for anyone that wants to like Iran that wants to cause damage for the US. Iran would not be able to cause that much damage for the US if the US did not have the bases in the region. Now, obviously, the bases are good to target a country like Iran, but we've seen the outcomes of that. Do you think those bases are still necessary? Are they more of a liability or still more of an asset for the US?
So those bases are still an asset to the United States. I'm not trying to say every single one, but I'm saying having regional ground-based bases is critically important to be able to project power. You have to remember that the Iranians were capable of attacking those bases for the past 25 years, okay? But they didn't. So just because they didn't do it didn't mean they couldn't do it if they wanted to. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we need some number of bases there forward.
For what threat, though? For what threat, Randy?
Okay. Good example. Helping the Saudis or helping the UAE or Kuwaitis or anybody else to defend against Iran or anyone else for that matter. If you don't have the capability on the ground to rearm, refuel, and staging locations, you cannot then move forward to do any kind of impact in the region. It's just impossible. Think about it that during World War II, if Great Britain had surrendered, how the hell would we have ever attacked Europe? We would never have been able to do it. The UK became a base of operations for the United States to pour manpower and equipment into, to be able to launch the D-Day invasions, to be able to attack the Germans by air from the UK. The same concept applies in the Pacific, by the way, probably even more important. The Chinese are eating our lunch in terms of diplomatic and investments in the region. And the more this administration alienates the islanders in the Pacific, who to this point have been somewhat friendly to the United States, we lose the ability to project power if we have to do anything with China.
And last question for you, Randy. Where do you see this in the next couple of months?
Well, I've already said that I think there's a better than 50-50 chance that there will be another attack in the next, let's say, week or so. I think that's a fairly good possibility. I think the president absolutely wants out of this, but his ego is getting in the way of himself, meaning that he could get tied down and bogged down into this. He has the lowest rating by the United States ever in polling history of any president. The lowest. Doesn't matter which one you listen to, unless of course it's a very highly biased one. The president has got to figure a way to get out of this thing and not just leave that straight under the control of the Iranians. So I am hopeful that he'll grow tired of it and then things will reopen, but we might be worse off than before this all started if he doesn't get his diplomatic act together.
Hopefully we'll see that change.
I hope so too. And I want to be hopeful.
And if we do see that limited strike that you're talking about, how do you think Iran will respond?
They're going to respond in kind. It will be an escalation for some period of time. It will not be steps toward peace. It'll be steps toward continued friction and continued tit for tat exchange of munitions over the next weeks, heaven forbid months.
Well, General, it's a pleasure to have you on the show again. Hopefully next time we have you, it will be about something else. By the looks of it, maybe Cuba instead of Iran. But it does. I worry that if Iran, don't you worry that if Trump does do one more strike, Iran could respond with gloves off very differently to the Iran we saw earlier, and they could, instead of respond in kind, they'd escalate a few more steps, similar to how they responded to the beginning of this war. They immediately went for striking the Gulf and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Could we see something similar, if even more dramatic? Because they're in a position where they're pretty fed up by their restraint backfiring. So do you worry that could happen as well?
I think the probability of them escalating significantly more than the Americans is minimal, because, as you know, the culture among many parts of the Middle East is an eye for an eye. and therefore it's not the fact that they necessarily have to go way up here. But if it's basically if your neighbor does this, then you're going to do this, and so on. But the idea of overwhelming escalation, I don't think culturally is part of the Iranian mindset, but that's an opinion. I'm not an expert on it. I've lived there, I've been there, but I don't think the Iranians are going to go over the top in a response. I just don't see it.
Randy, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we've got Jonathan Conricus now to talk about the developments in Iran, and obviously we'll always talk about Lebanon and the region as well. Jonathan, we have, you've been giving Trump a lot of credit throughout this war. Do you stand by that position?
Yeah, definitely. So far, I think the Iranians are signaling a lot of frustration by, for the first time, being outmaneuvered in negotiations, and by somebody actually putting the squeeze to the Iranians. And, I give them a lot of credit. They're very good negotiators. They're very skilled. They're crafty. They're strategic. They've been doing this for a long time. It is not their first rodeo for the Iranians. And I think they've had many American presidents' lunches, but I don't think that they're going to have this American president's lunch. And it'll be interesting to see. I think the real measure of how this will all end and how this will develop is how fast and how real can the understanding be on the Iranian side that this time is different, and this time there is a lot at stake for the Iranians. There's also a lot of stake for the US and for the president, but there's a lot at stake for them. Their regime, their ability to continue to make money by exporting oil, and hardballing probably isn't going to get them where they want. But
Jonathan,
we're still
but Jonathan, just quickly on the point, we're negotiating now. There's I struggle to find anyone. That's why I'm going to enjoy the conversation. I genuinely am struggling to find people, even people that are extremely critical of the Iranian government, to talk about Trump achieving a success in any way. Where now, according to all the reports, what's being negotiated now is the nuclear program, which again, there was a deal in Oman. According to the Omanis, according to the Europeans, there was a deal in Oman, according to multiple sources, according to the Iranians as well. And we're discussing the negotiating the Strait of Hormuz. There's no more discussions about the ballistic missile program. The Strait of Hormuz, Trump has shown willingness on more than one occasion. He's hinted at it twice, that he would like to have a percentage of the fees. Or at least, I think his reports, he would not mind if Iran charges tolls in US dollars, which last time he told me that would be catastrophic for Israel if they have any sort of control of the Strait of Hormuz.
No, I didn't say it would be catastrophic for Israel. I actually said that Israel doesn't really care too much about Hormuz because none of the oil or gas that we use comes from there.
But that would strengthen Iran, which is strategically not a good thing for Israel.
Yeah, but not catastrophic. But nevertheless, all of the things you said, I would write them down as part of negotiations, spin, misinformation, disinformation. And I think most of what you said is going to eventually be proven to be very false and really different of the reality. And I know there are a lot of people who have this quite romantic picture of the Iranian regime, the IRGC as, far more powerful and capable than what it really is. They are outgunned, they are outmaneuvered, and what's, keeping Iran from the Iranian regime and also the Iranian people from being actually really decimated, including all their infrastructure, is just the fact that the president and the people around him have so far decided not to use the power that they have available. And dovetailing off the conversation with the previous guest here, there's no comparison here. There's no real comparison in terms of strength, not when you compare Israel and Iran, and definitely not when you compare the US and Iran.
But no one's comparing. But no one's comparing the US and Iran.
People really have it wrong. I think people really misunderstand the balance of power here, and the Iranians, by talking tough and by tweeting while all of the country is in internet blackout, the regime and their spokespeople have access to internet, and they're using X, and they're being cheeky with memes.
Jonathan, no one's comparing the Iranian. You said the Iranians are outgunned. I haven't had one guest that said Iran is not outgunned.
No,
Iran
I think
has.
a lot of people are saying is that as if Iran has a lot more leverage to bring to the table. They don't.
But they do. But you have to admit
No,
at
they
least
don't.
that
They have Bab
the
el-Mandeb.
ability. They have Bab el-Mandeb and the destruction of the oil pipeline in
No,
Saudi.
they
I
don't.
keep forgetting what it's called.
No,
What I mean, the
they don't
Houthis
have
are able to. They
don't
were
have
able
the
to strike the
ability to
Pars.
destroy.
But they were able to
No,
strike
you're-
Pars in hours. You're saying they can't destroy the pipeline, the Saudi pipeline,
No, they
and
can.
the Fujairah plant, the Yanbu pipeline in Saudi. They can't destroy that.
No, because destroying, if you take that to the realm of military, destroy is, it's a very definitive action by which after something cannot be rebuilt, or it will take a very, very long time to rebuild.
Rendering it.
They can damage. They can damage it.
Just stopping it from functioning. If they do that, and every time it's repaired, they can strike it again. If they do that, they do the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, they do the Fujairah pipeline, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's a third of global oil.
Again, what they can do is talk and threaten and bluster. And the thing that's separating between Iranian talk and tough tweets and macho talk by spokespeople and reality is an American decision. If and when the US decides to open the Strait of Hormuz, then every single Iranian IRGC speedboat with missiles will eventually be taken out. Every drone launching site will be targeted. Every missile hatch on the shorelines of Iran towards Hormuz will eventually be targeted. It'll take some time. It'll take casualties, probably some American, maybe civilian vessels will be hit, but eventually the Iranians will lose there as well. It is a classic example of, this is something that CENTCOM, its naval and air forces have been preparing for a long time. There are real contingencies
but Trump,
here.
We were talking a few months ago, Trump was like, we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. I think it was Besant that posted, we've just escorted a ship and then deleted it. And then not long afterwards, within days, Trump was asking NATO to open the Strait of Hormuz. And then no one from NATO opened the Strait of Hormuz. And then Trump kind of moved on and started looking at plan B, plan C. And then later threatened to annihilate Iran and then said, we've just reached a deal, which was, according to the reports initially, is a very maximalist deal in Iran's favor, but we weren't sure what terms they really agreed on. People would dispute it. I'm talking about the 10-point plan.
Nonsense.
Exactly. And yeah, we've had that discussion. I can't verify what's true, what's not. But we do know now the situation is that Trump, again, delayed the ceasefire because the Pakistanis asked him to. He delayed the ceasefire. And Iran, that's the Trump. And then Iran's in such a position now. They're so emboldened. They're like, they didn't thank him for that. They're like, you know what? We're not going to even abide by that. Now, this is tough talk. I understand.
Yeah, which is good. But, Mario, it's good. I have no issue. I'm actually happy that the Iranians continue to talk tough because they're talking themselves into their own grave. And I'm happy that there are so many ignorant and reckless people around the world, mostly in Western media, who keep spinning Iranian stories and propaganda and keep, portraying a picture as if Iran has a lot of leverage, Iran can do a lot of
Jonathan,
damage.
I'm giving you facts, and we agree on. The Strait of Hormuz was closed by Iran, and Trump talked about opening it, did not, because we're talking about Iran making some, statements and a lot of fluff and a lot of BS, and then not delivering on those threats. We've seen that happen all the time. We know they're the underdog. Anyone that disputes that and said Iran is more capable than the US shouldn't have the mic. So we know that. But Trump has done the same. Trump has made significant threats. Now, I usually defend Trump in a lot of discussions because I didn't take seriously his threats to annihilate a civilization and all that. I knew he's seeking an off-ramp. But in this case, when you tell me that Trump, he's got the upper hand or he's in control of things, even for someone that might like Trump, this is not reality, and I genuinely don't. I really don't think you believe it. I'm saying this with respect.
This isn't about liking Trump. This is about looking at the situation with the information that we have available, and of course, both of us acknowledge that we only have at best partial information, and we also know that we may be operating and assessing information that is wrong. that one of the sides or both of the sides has spread in order to create a false situation and to influence the decision making of the other side. That is part of war. That's part of negotiations. That is the uncertainty, the fog of war, and negotiations in this aspect are an extension of that situation. But what I do in order to...
Can you respond to the Strait? Can you respond to the Strait one? Like, why didn't Trump open it? And why did he ask NATO to, and NATO didn't, and then he still didn't open it? And months later,
the request was more, I think, diplomatic, and I'm not entirely, from my perspective, the request of the Europeans and NATO to be a bit more forward-leaning and participate in the fighting, I think that more of a loaded gun that is in the first chapter of a book that will be used in the third chapter. Third chapter is when the situation with Iran is over and done and dusted, the US will come back to the Europeans and NATO and to say, when we needed you, you weren't there, therefore we are going to do X, Y, Z.
And why didn't Trump open it? Why didn't he open it for months now, for weeks? Sorry.
Mainly because I think that it will entail casualties, and that it means more confrontation. It means a little bit of an elevated risk for US servicemen. And I think there's a lot of sensitivity, and I credit him as a president for having that sensitivity, hesitating, pondering, I think weighing it carefully, which any person who sends people into harm's way should. And I think that was his main consideration. But I think and second thing, I think he's also genuinely trying to achieve the best results for the US and for the world without using that force. But, and this is the important part, when push comes to shove, CENTCOM is ready. The US Navy and Air Force of CENTCOM have prepared for this for a long time. It'll take some doing. It'll involve kinetics, but eventually the Hormuz Strait will be opened if and when the president tells CENTCOM, tells them, open the Strait of Hormuz by using all the power that you have available. It'll take a few weeks, and then it'll be open. And parallel to that, I think Iran will be bombed. Its infrastructure, its facilities, networks, everything will really sustain very, very heavy damage. And contrary to what a lot of other people are saying about the president, I think that the fact that we are not there yet, that the president hasn't said, use this level of kinetic force against an enemy, that he's refrained from it and been using diplomacy quite patiently and waiting for his negotiators to get a good deal, a deal that is good enough for the US and for the region. I think that's a sign of strength, and I don't see that as a sign of weakness.
Or it's a sign of, it could be two things. One, it could become a war crime. Now, again, it depends on, it's very, very gray area and what this bridge is used for, what these facilities are used for, and what percentage of it is used for civilian use versus military use. But it's a line that could be crossed that he may not want to cross, number one. But number two as well is Iran's retaliation. Like, we talk about facts on the ground, putting the tweets away, and what some people that are kind of very biased on the Iranian side, just look at the facts. When their gas field was struck, within hours, they struck the Pars gas field. That is a fact. And they struck not the Pars gas field, they struck ExxonMobil assets within gas field, not the Qatari assets as well. So it's a very precise strike. And there's also been many reports in the lead up to the end of the war, many reports about Iranian capabilities, Iran having the ability to develop missiles on the ground. We can always question those reports, Iran having more missile stockpiles than initially thought. Channel 12 saying Israel doesn't have the capability of destroying the stockpiles on the ground because they're buried a lot deeper than initially thought. All these different reports, it's easy to question them, but if you look at the reality, Iran was able to fire on a daily basis across the entire region and was able to retaliate every time something happened on their side. They were able to retaliate. Yes, in depleting, steady, depleted, and it's depleted and steadied. And there are reports as well, and I'm sure you've seen them, that the strike rate was increasing as well, especially in the final few days. Now, some people are saying this is because we've talked about it actually. Israel having limited stockpiles of air defense munitions, and we know that CNN just reported the US has munitions depleted a lot more than initially thought. A third of the Tomahawks, half of the THAADs, 40% or 30% of the Patriots. So that's on the American side. We know the Gulf has been reported. It's the same for the Gulf countries and Israel as well. The criteria for which missiles to intercept, even rockets from Hezbollah, was loosened to preserve those stockpiles. We've talked about this, but you put all this together, Iran was able to retaliate. This is facts on the ground, and that was addressing your point on why didn't Trump escalate.
So
maybe Trump can escalate because
yeah,
what
but you're looking at this, I think from a wrong perspective. You're looking at it in terms of retaliating. Yeah, they were able to fire missiles and drones, the overwhelming majority of which were intercepted or failed to strike their targets. Overwhelming
and the ones that landed caused significant damage.
95%. About
95%
of Iranian munitions were intercepted.
But look what 5% did, Jonathan. Look what happened to Pars. 5 years to repair. 5 years to repair, billions in costs.
Okay, I'm sure that Exxon has enough money, and the Qataris sadly definitely have enough money to do it.
But it's about the global markets.
About either. But
what about the global markets?
Mario, you're looking at one party of a conflict going almost all out in the little capabilities that they have, and the other side holding back and fighting barely with one hand. What the US and Israel did is a small percentage of what we can do in terms of the targets that we can strike, in terms of the damage and pain that we can bring upon the Iranian regime, and also, sadly, the Iranian people. And I think the fact that Israel and the US didn't do a lot of the things that they're capable of doing is first and foremost out of a thinking about the future of Iran. And again, a lot of people forget about the Iranian people. A lot of people forget about the
consequences of these acts, all the consequences of the global economy. Every economist was warning, and we saw the markets. Every economist was warning, if this continues, the global economy cannot sustain the Strait of Hormuz remaining shut, which Iran has captured. You know that.
Allow me to question that, even though I don't have any economic credentials. I've heard enough so-called experts from various fields, whether it's environmentalists, who are supposed to be objective scientists who become activists, who have hijacked science in order to promote some kind of agenda that they have. I've seen the same in gender studies, and I've seen it now in economics, and I've seen it in international law.
But what about
I have very little trust. I think a lot of that is opinion. I think a lot of that is opinion.
The fact countries are rationing. Pakistan, Australia, South Korea, Lufthansa yesterday canceling 20,000 flights. This is all because of the shortage that has been caused so far. No, in total, there's 20,000 flights that have been discontinued by Lufthansa Airlines.
Okay.
Let me get the exact number.
Again, there are workarounds, and there will, I think, anybody who is motivated by economic forces, by capitalism.
Yeah, 20. There it is. Lufthansa cuts 20,000 summer flights to save fuel costs.
Okay. Okay. Allegedly, I'll believe it when it happens, after it is reported that they actually did. But even so, I think that any company, any country that is motivated by the markets, the power of the markets, and by their ability to generate revenue, they'll make adjustments. But there's enough oil in the world, there's enough liquid gas in the world to get distributed differently. Might be a tough time for a few countries who were unprepared. The Australian government seems to have done an extremely poor job at preparing their country for emergencies. They've been busy pontificating against Israel and lecturing other countries what they should and shouldn't be doing. Seems as if this government has really let down their own people, and maybe they'll be rationing, and maybe they won't have
We're talking Asia, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea, Japan, Europe.
They will find ways around it. And all of those doomsdayers, allegedly economic experts, who with very somber faces go on whatever show it is, CNN or somewhere else, and give these very dark projections about the future. I've heard a lot of these things about the Israeli market. That's been told to Israelis.
But I'm not mentioning those. But Jonathan, I'm talking about.
But I'll give you an example. I think I'll give you a good example. I actually have a file on my computer of economic experts who forecasted that Israel after October 7, they were basically saying to Israel, listen, you can't stand a long war, so don't go into Gaza. And if you do, the economic outcome will be a catastrophe
no,
for
I
the
can give
state
you.
of Israel.
There's a million experts that said the Chinese economy has been collapsing on a yearly basis. Million experts that said the 2008 financial crisis was going to happen pretty much every year since 2008.
Yeah.
The debt that the US has been through is going to collapse.
That's the amount of respect I have for those experts.
No, but this is look. You're on the show because you're a military expert. So I think we can't dismiss experts whenever the narrative doesn't suit our position, and you know that, and you know exactly what you're doing. I think you know
I'm
the global
giving you
economy
examples of when experts become
opinionist. So we dismiss, but
and
you're
when
saying,
they give wrong projections.
So
I hold myself to the
but
same standard. Whenever I'm on air, whenever I'm recorded, and I give an assessment that I believe is based on my personal and professional knowledge and my point of view and perspective, I'll give it on air, and I know that I'll be judged if it's right or wrong in the future. I think a lot of people, including a lot of economic experts, and we can speak about gender studies, environmentalists, we can speak about legal experts, economists.
Put the experts aside. When I give you facts on the ground, you start blaming those countries for not preparing, which is a fair point, but that does not dismiss
the fact that they're rationing. That doesn't mean that the country won't survive. Okay, so they'll have to make adjustments. That's fine.
No, but this, of course, they survive. When we talk about they can survive or not, it just talks about the global economy. You know about helium, microchips. The manufacturing of microchips would take a massive hit in a few months. And that, again, I'm not talking about the experts, the pundits that go on TV. Now I'm talking about companies giving projections, giving warnings to their investors. So, but like for me, it's a fact that the global economic impact is pretty substantial. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, and that's been a fact for a long time. And I'm sure that's been discussed in Israel as well when you're in the IDF. So it's not usually a debate on whether the Strait of Hormuz closure is a catastrophe. It's a debate on whether Iran can and cannot close it. They've shown they can close it. Now the debate is whether the US can and cannot open it. You're saying they can. They haven't yet. That's facts on the ground.
Definitely.
Could they? Yes. Of course, I agree. They can. It's just at what cost? And can they afford to? Because there is just a report that came in by Washington Post. It would take 6 months, according to a Pentagon briefing in the White House. It would take 6 months for them to remove the mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to the Washington Post. And they can only start when there's a full ceasefire, when this back and forth, these attacks stop, the back and forth.
That's of course nonsense. They can start whenever they need to. It just means that there will be casualties. You could say the same about any military operation in military history. That's just a ridiculous statement. We can only start once there's a ceasefire. No, you can start.
Put that statement aside. They can start now.
You would have casualties because the enemy still has capabilities there. You would have to suppress the enemy's ability to affect your operations, and you would have to supply more troops and more infrastructure.
But just put that aside. They can start now. 6 months to remove the mines. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. I always take any report with a grain of salt, including reports that talk about the capitulation of the Iranian military capabilities in the army, or the reports in January that one decapitation strike will bring down the regime. There's all reports on both sides. But it's reports, if you link those reports to the reality on the ground, that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And going back to the initial point, Jonathan, Trump is talking, the negotiations right now, the two sticking points are the Strait of Hormuz, which was not a problem a few months ago, a few weeks ago.
Nuclear is
and
first.
Nuclear. Strait of Hormuz and nuclear. The ballistic missile program, which you said is a threat and something that should be addressed, is no longer on the table. It's not being discussed.
I don't think that you're right. I think that is very much on the table. So is Iranian support of terror organizations around the Middle East.
That's the proxy network is.
And the fact that
it's not.
Iran
no, I was disagreeing.
About,
it's not being. But it's not on the table. According to the negotiators, the two sticking points. I'm going to get you the names of who said that. The two sticking points are those two. On the others, they're no longer concessions the US is looking for.
So that's not what I know from Israeli people who have had secondhand information about the negotiations, who are, of course, very concerned about this. But, time will tell. If it isn't solved now, it'll be solved in the future. And I'm not so, I'm concerned, and I would like this to be settled now. I would like for the regime to be overthrown by the Iranian people. I would like for the Iranian people to be free. I would like for all of Iran's terror proxies to be defunded and disarmed. and stop, ravishing the Middle East and causing all of the trouble and bloodshed and suffering that they have. And I would like for prosperity in the Middle East and for the expansion of the Abraham.
Let me tell you this, and as we wrap up, let me tell you this. So according to, as I thought, New York Times, Al Jazeera, I-24, and BBC, the three sticking points are the Strait of Hormuz reopening plus U.S. naval blockade now. So it's the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The naval blockade is a way to force Iran to reopen it. So the Strait of Hormuz was open before this war. That's number one. Number two, their nuclear program, which Iran, according to multiple reports, was willing to concede on before this war.
No,
and
they never were.
Is
that's a blatant lie, Mario.
No, so the Omanis and the Europeans, are lying.
Come on, Omanis. That's a source
whenever.
of
Look, someone could say the same thing about Israel. Omanis are as biased as the Israelis as the Americans. I just wouldn't dismiss a mediator if you don't like it. You said the same thing to me about Pakistan last time. Come on. You have to take them seriously. You have to like them, but you have to take them seriously.
No, Mario, to even say that the Iranians were willing to give up their nuclear weapons program and to give up enrichment on Iranian soil before the war has no grounding in
the Europeans are lying as well. The Europeans and the Brits are lying
Which
as well.
Europeans? Who has said that on record? Who has said that on record? Nobody has said that on record. Nobody from Europe has said that on record, that they'd have it from an official source in Iran.
No one's gonna say on record
saying the Iranians are giving up their nuclear weapons program. Nobody ever said that.
So as a final question, Jonathan, what would you consider if these negotiations end? If Trump walks away right now, that's the final question. If Trump walks away right now without a deal, says, hey, we've destroyed the Iranian military. The White House just made that statement again today. We've destroyed the Iranian military and their capabilities. It's a massive win. If he makes that statement and just walks away, is that a win or a loss?
No, that's a loss. That's a loss, and I think it would be a very dangerous move for the president. It'll be rightly interpreted as a retreat by the Americans, and I think it would be very damaging for the prestige and image of the president. And therefore, I think it's not going to happen. I don't think that President Trump, at this sensitive time in his presidency, when there's the midterm elections coming and results of the war probably will have a direct influence on how the Republicans do in the midterms, I don't think he's going to gamble and jeopardize that and to get, a quarter of what he really needs and to make some lofty declaration of victory. No, there needs to be a much more tangible and clear result. And I actually think that people continue to underestimate and misunderstand President Trump, his intellect, his cunning, and I think that they will be proven wrong. I think that eventually the Iranian regime will be forced to, whether it's by a lot of force and suffering or by them being smart and relenting faster, they will be forced to relinquish enrichment on Iranian soil. They will be forced to cap their ballistic missile program, and they will be
that's out of the question. But you do know that's out of the question now.
No, I don't, and we can revisit this, in a few weeks and months after things are said and done, and then you will hold me accountable for what I say. But I think
hold me accountable as well. I'm sure you will.
That's not my job to do, but but I think that is where things will go. But again, I think there's a lot here on the line for the president, and for him to fake a victory and say mission accomplished and we won and then go out, that would be devastating for him. It'll be very bad for the U.S. Credibility in the region. It would look very bad against the other superpowers, China and Russia. It would signal that level of weakness that we've seen other American presidents do, whether it was Biden or Obama, not living up to red lines and ultimatums or pulling out forces without a political agreement. I don't think President Trump is going to do that, and I think he's going to find a way, probably with the least amount of people killed and the least amount of kinetic force used, to get the Iranians to concede to what he needs, the core demands. I hope that they'll be smart and do it. If they'll continue to be as arrogant and as foolhardy as they've been so far, then there's a lot at stake and there are a lot of targets. The target banks are pretty full again. The American and Israeli targets banks are full, and the planes are replenished. The fuel is there, the ammunition is there, and it'll be a matter of deciding and giving orders. And then the Iranian regime can maybe dream tough, but they won't be able to talk so tough, and they won't be able to do so tough.
Jonathan, and by the way, the replenishment happened on both sides. Even Trump said that yesterday, that the US is replenished, but also Iran is replenished. Always a pleasure. I really appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
All right, everyone, we've got Alan Eyre coming in now any second. He's in the backstage getting set up. I do want to read out two pieces of news. Number one, the Somalis have announced they will be blockading the strait, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the one that the Houthis are meant to blockade. They are blockading only Israeli ships, and that's all to do with Somaliland and the whole politics there. That's pretty insignificant. I know it's going viral right now on X. Somalia doesn't really have that much capabilities. They are not the Houthis. They are not supplied by Iran. They don't have drones. They just have a few pirate ships, and that's it. A few speedboats. So Somalia being able to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait it's not going to happen. That's number one. Number two, they said they're only targeting Israeli ships. We'll see how Israel retaliates to this. But it's a bad idea by the Somalis. I think it's just a nothing burger. The Iranian president put out a statement. He said the Islamic Republic of Iran has welcomed dialogue and agreement and continues to do so. Breach of commitments, blockade, and threats are main obstacles to genuine negotiations. World sees your endless hypocritical rhetoric and contradiction between claims and action. This is the Iranians making it clear that they don't want Trump to continue operating as he has for the last few weeks. They do want someone that's going to be more pragmatic, and not only the actions, but also the rhetoric, because I think Trump is pragmatic in the actions he takes. I know a lot of you disagree with me, and I know I had a debate with Jonathan on this. I don't think Trump is a madman making erratic decisions. Otherwise, we'd be in war right now. There'd be a ground operation, which I think is off the table. This is Trump declaring a unilateral ceasefire yesterday. We thought it was indefinite. Now we got reports that is going to be, according to Channel 12, the ceasefire that Trump declared expires on Sunday. So expires in 4 or 5 days. What are we now? Wednesday. 4 days expires. So that's not someone that's a madman. That's someone that's really pragmatic in the decisions he makes, and someone trying to off-ramp. We also got here, this is the information from Channel 12. Let me give you some more important pieces of information that happened in the last couple of hours for people that just joined. And by the way, the guest that's joining us in a second is Alan Eyre, is someone who was part of the JCPOA negotiations. He's a regular on the show, and he's going to be someone that gives us an insight in the ongoing negotiations, what is happening between the US and Iran, and what sense he makes of Trump's actions, and whether he agrees with me that Trump is trying to off-ramp. And he's pretty upset because Trump is the one that ripped up the JCPOA, which Alan was part of negotiating, and managed to make it happen. And seeing where we are now, Alan blames on Trump's action, ripping up Obama's agreement with Iran, the JCPOA. So there's a report that I just mentioned to Jonathan Conricus that, according to the Washington Post, it would take 6 months to clear all the mines. And according to CNN, that's a number I've mentioned a lot in today and yesterday's interviews, but I'll mention it again for anyone that hasn't heard it. The US is estimated to have used half of precision strike missiles and at least half of the THAAD interceptors and nearly half of the Patriot missiles. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought it was a third of Patriot missiles. Half of all the air defense missiles and the precision strike missiles have been used up in 20-something, whatever. What has it been? In about a month and a half, in about 7 weeks. So that's why when Jonathan tells me, Trump is he's holding back from striking Iran because he's making the right decision, and he doesn't want to harm the Iranian people, that might play a role, but that's a very minuscule role compared to the repercussions of continuing this war. The stockpiles are being depleted. Iran is causing a lot of destruction in the region. American allies are suffering. The global energy markets are suffering. And this is not experts telling us this, including experts who've been on the show. But this is facts on the ground that we're seeing, and I was going through earlier. We've got Alan now coming up on screen. Alan,
hey, how are you doing?
It's good to have you again. Good, man. Good. You're seeing the back and forth between the US and between Trump and Iran. So on one second, there's a ceasefire. Then the ceasefire is expiring. Trump extended it yesterday when Iran said they won't be attending the negotiations. And then Iran says we're not going to abide by the extension. And then there's a report an hour ago that Trump's extension is not indefinite, but expires on Sunday. Give us your analysis as someone who's been part of these negotiations. What do you make of all this?
It reminds me, Mario, of when the first 3 years when we were doing the nuclear negotiations, when neither side was really in a headspace where they actually wanted to meet and negotiate in good faith. And so we spent so much time spinning our wheels, negotiating with Iran about where to negotiate. They wouldn't meet in countries that were sanctioning them, would propose a location, they'd say no. And so it just was this whole kabuki theater of trying to get in the same room at the same country at the same time. And that's the vibe I'm getting now. Neither side is at a place where they're eager to actually get in a room and negotiate. Instead, each side is trying to eke out that marginal level of leverage over the other side for when they're sitting across each other. So it doesn't presage well for a negotiation, even if the two sides do get together in the same room. And yes, President Trump says indefinite negotiation, then he tells his people to leak to Axios and everyone else, well, actually, we're giving them 3 to 5 days because the government is so fragmented they couldn't respond to our proposal. So we're giving Mojtaba Khamenei 3 to 5 days. That's nonsense. The delay was not because the Iranian government couldn't get its act together. The delay was because the Iranian government said, we're not going to meet with you while you're still doing the blockade.
When you see those leaks happening, Alan, you've seen them happen during your negotiations with the JCPOA. How do we know which leaks are genuine and which ones are planted there by the negotiators as leverage? So when you see those leaks happen, because we see constant leaks happening, how do we know which leaks? How do we know which ones are genuine and which ones are just, again, part of the negotiations and kind of sending signals to the other side?
Mario, your voice is cutting in and out. All I've heard is you ask, how do we know which leaks are genuine?
Yeah.
None of them are genuine. They're all leaks. No one leaks to a source to give information. They do it to give spin. So I take everything I hear with a grain of salt because any report that's sourced only to U.S. and Israeli government officials, they're not in the business of trying to keep the press as informed as possible. They're in the business of creating facts to the ground that help them with their strategic objectives.
What do you think of? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, now is it better?
Yeah, that's better now, I think. Yeah,
perfect. What do you think of Trump? So we're muting you whenever I'm speaking, then unmuting you. This way you can hear me. I think this is the issue. So whenever I'm speaking, the team is muting you, and then I'll unmute you when you speak. So what do you make of Trump's strategy? So you said each side is trying to eke out something in those negotiations. The way I see it, and correct me if you see it differently, but the way I see it is Iran know that they're in the driving seat. They know that they have the cards. They know that they have the leverage. Closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global economy needs it open. The ability to cause more damage with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and close in the destruction of other energy infrastructure in the region. Is my analysis correct in saying that Trump is trying everything he can to just get the hell out of this?
Well, yeah, I think each side seems to think they have the advantage. That's the problem. And both sides are scared of appearing weak domestically. Again, President Trump doesn't want to. He's coming into midterm elections. He doesn't want to look like he's caving to the Iranians. The Iranians aren't going into midterm elections, but still, it's a fluid situation. The supreme leader, the system was conformed to the previous supreme leader. It was bespoke. He died. There's new people. There's new political relationships. So there is internal division. It's not paralyzing, but it takes a little longer to shake out because the guy who before said, you win, you lose, isn't around. Again, that doesn't mean they're incapable of negotiating. It just means sometimes it's a new system. So, I mean, I compare it to like a slot machine, right? Slot machine, if you have 3 things lined up, if everything is lined up, you get the payout, right? the way we are with both countries now, it's not lined up. Neither country is in a place where, like when we had it in 2015 with JCPOA, each side wanted to negotiate to reach a solution. I don't think we're at that place yet, even though, as you point out, each side is suffering. Each side thinks they have the upper hand, but also each side is very concerned about the deleterious economic consequences of, on the one hand, closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and on the other hand, a naval blockade of Iranian ports.
The Iranian president put out a statement. Lisa, you need to mute Alan, please. He put out a statement just a few minutes ago, saying that there will be no negotiations. I'm trying to find it. There it is. The Islamic Republic of Iran has welcomed dialogue and agreement and continues to do so. Breach of commitments, blockade, and threats are main obstacles to genuine negotiations. World sees your endless hypocritical rhetoric and contradiction between claims and actions. You've worked with the Iranians. You've been on those negotiating tables. Are they people that just don't respond well to threats? They don't respond well to Trump's carrot and stick approach?
Well, again, there's no carrot. The only carrot Trump is offering is no stick. So by this point, with this president, and Danny Citrinowicz pointed this out in an interview I watched, that the threats are like water over a duck's back. They're paying zero attention to President Trump's threats, okay? They have their own strategic assessment of what the U.S. government can and can't do, and his social media postings don't change that in the least, okay? So, referring to my previous answer, when each side is negotiating through social media with bluster and braggadocio, and that's not a petri dish where you can grow things. That's, again, just more empirical proof for me that the odds of reaching a negotiated solution, even if you could get them in the same country or the same room, is very, very low.
You said that Trump is not giving them a carrot. Alan, we were talking about a deal that included their nuclear program, that included the cap on their ballistic missile program, that included the dismantling of their proxy network. They're giving up their enriched uranium. That was the discussion before. And potentially new leadership, maybe regime change. Now the only things on the table are open up the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear program, which was there in Oman. How is that not a carrot when Trump is giving up all other concessions that the U.S. was requesting? That just seems like the clearest carrot to me. Like, hey, all we want is a nuclear deal, which we had before the war, and some deal on the Strait of Hormuz, maybe give us a percentage. You can keep charging a fee. That seems like very minimal demands on the American side. Like, why wouldn't Iran accept this?
If I say I'm going to beat you up if you don't give me $5 million, and then I say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to beat you up unless you give me $2 million, is that a carrot? No, it's not a carrot. Again, a carrot is more than an absence of stick or modulating the stick.
What carrot? What carrot can you give him?
You can lift. And again, I'm not saying we should do this. I'm just telling you how the Iranians look at it. Okay? Don't forget, the backdrop of all of this is the Iranians think Israel and the United States are trying to get rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's zero faith, right? They've been attacked twice before during negotiations. So the minimal good faith that existed when we were doing negotiations is gone. Okay? What does Iran need? It needs money. It could get it through reparations, tolling, unblocked assets, or sanctions relief, right? That's a carrot. And again, you're right. And to an extent, that's a removal of stick. But, you use the word demands. Iran sees the U.S. demanding things, right? It doesn't see the U.S. willing to negotiate. It's, the U.S. says 20 years of no enrichment. The missiles are off the table, right? Proxies off the table. We're at the point now where nuclear is on the edge of the table because the most important thing right now for the U.S. is getting the Strait open as quickly and as fully as possible. The most important thing for Iran is getting the blockade lifted. So that's the centerpiece or the top of the agenda now. You can kick the nuclear can down the road. Iran wasn't an imminent threat with its nuclear program before. Now they might be after this war because we've shown to them that it might be a good idea to actually have nuclear weapons as opposed to nuclear hedging. But the Strait of Hormuz issue, even if it opens tomorrow, we've talked about this, Asian economy, European, African, and to a lesser extent, the U.S. economy are going to have serious long-term adverse consequences. Best case.
So Trump needs some sort of political win in all this. We agree there. That's what he needs to take back home. And for that to happen, he needs something better than the JCPOA, than the deal Obama had that Trump ripped up. What lifting of sanctions was there in Obama's deal? And what do you think could Trump do to try to portray it as a better deal than Obama's? Because that's something Iran could do, could give him something symbolic that makes it look like it's better than Obama, but it doesn't necessarily really need to be better in the long term. It just needs to be optically better.
Well, look, historically, whatever President Trump says has not necessarily needed to correlate with objective reality. He makes claims all the time, even quoting numbers that aren't correct. So he can claim, if I were channeling President Trump and I wanted to pull out tomorrow, I would say, we've set back the nuclear program for decades. They'll never have a nuclear weapon. They'll never be able to threaten Israel. We've destroyed their missiles. We've so cratered the economy, they can't give money to proxies. Okay? So he can exaggerate wildly on all of that. If he's actually trying to have some sort of correlation with objective reality, he can get Iran to suspend enrichment for X years. And he could say the JCPOA couldn't get Iran to suspend enrichment. We got Iran to suspend enrichment, or he could maybe get them to send out or downblend some highly enriched uranium. He could say, we got the Iranians to negate their highly enriched uranium. Now he can leave off the fact that, Obama administration, they didn't have any highly enriched uranium. But again, if he's looking for a political win, the sad reality is he lost that when he attacked Iran with Israel. But still, he can make the claim, because guess what? When people go to the polls in November here in the U.S., they're not going to look at the latest social truth post of President Trump. They're going to look at the price of their home, of their medicine, of gasoline, right? So that's what's going to show whether this war was worth it. And President Trump has historically low ratings right now in the U.S. And don't forget the fact that according to the head of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, this is the largest energy supply disruption in modern times. It's the supply equivalent of COVID in terms of, there it was demand, here it's supply. So, you can't really put lipsticks on a pig on this one.
That's so upsetting, man. That is so upsetting. There's also a concern about a nuclear arms race, Alan, between from Poland to South Korea and Japan and Saudi and Turkey. How big is that concern now? And could we have triggered from this war an arms race in general and eventually a nuclear arms race? Did you hear me, Alan? Could you hear me now?
No, your sound is cutting in and out.
That's okay. I'll ask the question again.
Your sound is cutting in and out.
That's all right. Lisa, if you could mute Alan again. Are you worried about a nuclear arms race? There's reports Poland's interested in one, South Korea, Japan, Turkey, Saudi, especially Saudi will get a nuclear weapon if Iran gets one. They've been very clear about that. Is that a concern that you have? And could that be prevented if it begins, if the dominoes begin falling?
Yeah, look. Again, if you rack and stack my worries, that's somewhere on it. in terms of if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, it's likely that Saudi would try at least. They've said that. I don't think it spreads to every country in the Middle East or South Korea for that matter. The problem is, this is a larger problem, is that under the Trump administration, international law has been destroyed. Might is right. You get what you get away with. So proliferation control regimes have been shredded, right? I mean, during the, back in the old days of the Cold War, we had serious international agreements that limited proliferation, both vertically and horizontally. Those are all gone. This president is not interested in cooperating in multilateral or international fora to limit or address common problems. So yeah, I'm worried about nuclear breakout, and the more countries that have nuclear weapons, the less stable it is. But I've got a lot of other worries in terms of economic collapse if Iran becomes a failed state. Climate change in the Middle East. It's a more Hobbesian, unstable Middle East.
Why? If this war ends, why? How can Iran become a failed state, especially if this war ends now? Because they survived.
They survive now, but it's like when you're stabbed and you've got an adrenaline rush, right? And you're operating on the adrenaline, and then things calm down. You look down and you go, oh my God, you've got this huge, wound here. Once the war ends in Iran, the Iranian economy is in a horrible position. It was horrible before. It's going to be worse now, okay? And don't forget, this is a militarized regime. They're not going to take whatever money they get and route it all towards the people. They need to rebuild their defense industrial base. They need to get more rockets, more missiles, more drones. So in the whole guns and butter dichotomy, they're going to be spending a lot of their limited income on guns, okay? So, this was the Israeli goal of the war, to collapse the Iranian state. And they're a lot closer to it now than they were before February 27th. I'm not saying the state will collapse, but the risk is heightened. And that's a bad thing for everyone except Israel, who seems to think it's a good thing. We've seen historically in the Middle East that failed states breed terrorism, refugee flows. This is a country of 95 million people.
How willing do you think Iran is today to give up their nuclear program?
Say again?
How willing do you think Iran is today to give up their nuclear program?
I couldn't hear the question. That whole question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's right. I'll repeat. How willing do you think Iran is? How willing are they to give up their nuclear program? Do you think they will give up their nuclear program after this war?
Iran is willing to put substantial limits on their nuclear program, and that should be good enough for us. They're not willing to forego permanently the right to enrich on Iranian soil. That's a red line that this regime is not going to cross. They're willing to accept limitations on the number and quality of centrifuges, the amount of enriched uranium they have, and the degree to which it is enriched. And most importantly, because this is the secret sauce that prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, they're willing to accept verification measures by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is the watchdog of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So whatever status is agreed to about Iran's nuclear program, the most important aspect of any agreement is verification by the IAEA. Because without verification, effective verification, you're blind. You have no insight into the Iranian nuclear program. But with IAEA, you do have sufficient observation and verification to keep a good pulse on what's going on.
And last question for you, Alan. More of a direct question. Do you think Iran does want a nuclear weapon today? Do you think Iran
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
a nuclear weapon? Do you think Iran wants a nuclear weapon today?
Yeah, I got it. I think after the 12-day war, you saw, I mean, they would always used to say, you know, we have suffered from weapons of mass destruction, which is true. During the Iran-Iraq war, they were, nerve gas and sarin were used against them, and mustard gas, and the world was silent. So they've been on the receiving end of weapons of mass destruction. The Ayatollah Khomeini said they had fatwa in Arabic, against weapons of mass destruction. But, after the last war, you heard high-level people affiliated with the supreme leader saying, we might have to rethink our stance about having nuclear weapons because of what Israel is doing and because of these constant attacks on us. So I think it is more likely after this war, this current war, Operation Epic Fury, that yes, Iran will decide that it needs to move toward nuclear weapons, because no one's, as I've said to you before, no one's attacking North Korea, right? Israel's got nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Israel, Pakistan, India, none of them are NPT members. All of them have nuclear weapons. Iran says to itself, we're members of the NPT. We've been attacked 2 times, and we don't have nuclear weapons. What about these other countries? That's how they think. I'm not saying that's my point of view, but that's how Iran is looking at it.
I appreciate it, Alan. I would have done this longer. I know you're having audio issues, but it's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, guys, we've got our final guest for today, Alex Christoforou, who you guys know is a regular on the show, to talk about the latest developments. We do have reports of small clashes in Lebanon, by the way. Hezbollah has released also a video just now showing a drone directly striking a tank, an Israeli tank. And there's been a few incidents where Israeli tanks are being struck by Hezbollah drones. And Israel is facing a very different, type of warfare in Lebanon, despite bombing Hezbollah for so many years. The resistance they're facing in Lebanon is very different to what they're facing in Gaza, and they're facing significantly more casualties. Impossible to get the exact numbers, but their goal was to advance all the way to the Litani River. And now we know, because of Iranian pressure, that Israel has stopped their advance. And a ceasefire is holding. They haven't struck Beirut, and they haven't struck beyond the north, a bit of back and forth between Hezbollah and Israel. They haven't really struck Lebanon as they did prior to the ceasefire, since that ceasefire. So Trump has been able to enforce that ceasefire. He's been able to get the meetings between the Lebanese and Israeli side. And there's a possibility for the Lebanese president and the Israeli prime minister to meet directly, which will be a massive development for the country. Now, Hezbollah's opposing such developments, and I think, as I've said many times, it's Mujtaba that decides what will happen in Lebanon. But Lebanon is a good indicator of how the entire region is going to look like. And I think if we see the disarmament of Hezbollah, it either indicates Iranian concessions because of getting something in return from the US. That's probably a lifting of sanctions or the unfreezing of assets, number one. Or number two, Iran is a lot weaker than we expect, because Hezbollah is the most important proxy or ally, or whatever you want to call it, of Iran, and has been for a long time, for many decades. So that's an important development that we'll be watching closely. Now, I'll be talking to Alex about mainly Trump's approach to all this. I'll read out a few quotes from Trump from yesterday. He said Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people. They have to use reason, and they have to use common sense. That was Trump. Trump making it very clear that he's looking to end the war. And for me, it just seems like he's pleading with Iran to accept the off-ramp. Now, Alan, who I just spoke to, who was part of the JCPOA negotiations, was saying that there should be something else that Trump gives them, lifting of sanctions, the unfreezing of assets. And I think there's been indications, there's been reports that Trump is willing to do that. So for me, this all back and forth is just expected in the midst of negotiations, but Iran is putting their foot down a lot more than I would have expected. Alex, now this is probably a funny time for you to watch what's unfolding. Like it's like the worst case scenario for the US has unfolded. We're in a position now. The only things that Trump is negotiating for is an opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which was obviously open, and Iran's requesting lifting of sanctions and unfreezing of assets, and the nuclear program. So we're literally back to where we were in Oman, except Iran is in a stronger position strategically with the control of Strait of Hormuz. Not a good time to be on the American side.
He can lift the blockade that he has, the blockade of the blockade, and they can all sit down at the table and work it out. That's what Iran is waiting for. Lift the blockade of the block, which is not really a blockade. Iran is charging $2 million for a ship to pass, and it's not allowing U.S. and Israeli ships to pass. But every other ship can pay the $2 million, and then they can pass through. But
and a lot of ships have passed. There's a report of 34 ships have passed the American blockade. By the way, 34.
He has to lift the blockade of Iran, this naval sea blockade that he has going on, which he has put in place because he's trying to score some sort of a win. He's desperate to find a win in all of this so that he can present himself as the strong leader. And this is what he needs to do to get back to the table. Iran's been very clear. Just get rid of this sea blockade and, we can meet in Pakistan and figure the rest out. If Trump is willing to negotiate, if he's willing to sit down and negotiate, of course, this could all just be a way to buy time, to ramp up another strike. That's also a possibility.
Does that worry you? Do you think that it's still plausible? Because I think it's not, but people like Professor Robert Pape says, Mario, it's imminent, and a lot of people are saying that there is at least there's going to be like a massive strike by the US, like a final strike to declare a final win by Trump.
Look, if he doesn't lift the blockade, then Hormuz still remains closed effectively. You still have this economic catastrophe that's unfolding. If he decides to attack Iran again, then the same situation. You still have an economic catastrophe that continues to unfold. That is just getting started in many parts of the world. In Asia, it's starting. In Europe, it's going to start up. In Australia, it's already started, the economic catastrophe. So, he's even if he goes for the attack option, it's not going to give him a win, and the situation's not going to change. If he keeps the blockade going, it's not going to strangle Iran. It's not going to destroy Iran's economy. It's not going to force Iran into submission or anything like that. Iran has shown that they can wait this out. So his best option is to just suck it up, remove the blockade, and accept JCPOA 2.0. That's where we're heading to if we're going to get a negotiated settlement. If that's the route, then JCPOA 2.0, which means that everything that Trump did from 2016, from his first term, tearing up the JCPOA and the worst deal in all of history, and Obama's an idiot for making the deal, and Sleepy Joe Biden's an idiot for the deal, and all of that stuff is just out the window. But, to his hardcore following, Trump could still probably sell it as some sort of a win. The rest of the world will understand that this has been a huge defeat for his administration. But we're in a better position. The world is in a better position, including the United States and Iran. Everyone is going to be in a better position.
How's the United States in a better
trying
position?
to pick up the pieces of this catastrophe?
But how's the US in a better position? Like, they've literally just succumbed to the new reality that Iran and therefore China control the Strait of Hormuz.
Because it's going to get worse. If they continue, it just keeps on getting worse. That's why. So make the deal now, because with each passing week, you're just digging a deeper and deeper hole. That's why. They would have been in a better position if they ended this last week. They would have been in a better position if they ended this 2 weeks ago. They would have been in a better position, Trump, if he never started this. Because as you said in the beginning, what did you say, Mario, in the beginning? Hormuz was open. We didn't have this problem. We didn't have this toll of 2 million. We didn't have any of this. He could have easily negotiated a deal. Oman said that Iran made certain concessions. The United States could have made their concessions, and we would not have been in this mess. So with each passing week, things get worse and worse. This is not hard to understand. It is the same exact thing with Ukraine that the Russians keep on telling the United States and Europe and Ukraine. With every passing month, your situation gets worse and worse and worse. And with each passing year, it gets worse and worse. So these are not difficult concepts. You're not going to win. So you might as well accept the deal that's currently on the table or negotiate what's currently on the table. Because if you wait another week or 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to be in a worse position. And you're going to be in a deeper hole. And we're all going to be in a deeper hole. All of us as a global economy are going to be in a deeper hole, right?
Yeah, economically, it would be catastrophic. What about the Iranians? Do you worry that the Iranians are in a very different mindset? Now, there's talks about disagreements. Some people call it a split. Rumors that are unsubstantiated. So, the sources are some pro-Saudi, anti-Iranian spokespeople or analysts or whatever you want to call them, that there's a whole mutiny within Iran and the president and Ghalibaf and Arachi were all arrested, etc. Obviously, that's all BS. But there is a lot of reports that there is at least a disagreement. And we saw the information when Arachi put out a post that the Strait of Hormuz is open. The Iranian Navy said, we're not going to listen to Arachi, we'll listen to the supreme leader. And the Iranian state media started dismissing what Arachi said and calling it a strategic mistake, or he was misled or something along those lines, and he doesn't make those decisions. So do you worry that the either Mushtaba or people within the IRGC, maybe they're not as keen for peace or are a lot more open to go back into war unless they get major concessions?
Look, I'm not worried about these things, but I think there's probably disagreements in Iran, just as there's disagreements in Washington, right? I mean, are there not disagreements in Washington between the warmongers, the neocons, and the more rational people in Trump's administration? Are there not disagreements? Sure, there are disagreements. Sure, there's debate. I'm sure there's debate and disagreements in Iran as well about how to press forward. But the simplest path, if there is a deal to be made, if both sides want a deal, if Trump wants an exit out of this with the least amount of damage at the moment, because once again, the more he proceeds, the worse it's going to get for him. So if he wants a way out of this, he can just remove the blockade on Iran, and then both sides can sit at the table in Pakistan and try to get back to what they agreed on before all of this happened, which is JCPOA 2.0, worse than what JCPOA was for the United States and for the West. It's going to be worse.
But with Iran,
but Trump will have to spin it. He'll have to spin it in a way that he makes it better. And like I said, his hardcore fan base will believe it. They believe he's a Red Cross doctor, so they'll believe it if he has to spin it like that. But the reality is that this JCPOA 2.0 is going to be more to the benefit of Iran. It's just the reality of where we are.
I'll bring that up now, and then we'll go back to Iran. There's something that's happening in Russia. I haven't been keeping a close eye, but we're seeing reports that they're hammering the Russian oil stations and infrastructure there on a daily basis. That came as a surprise. How are they doing it?
Who's hammering
we're seeing all the reports. We're seeing all the reports of I'm guessing it's Ukraine. You've got all these drone strikes.
You know how massive Russia's energy and oil infrastructure is? You think that a couple of drones, even everyday drones that are hitting storage depots, are hammering Russia's energy supply? There is no evidence whatsoever that Russia has skipped has missed any beat when it comes to supplying oil and gas to whoever they need to supply it to. As a matter of fact, what Russia has done today, according to reports, the Kremlin has not confirmed it, but there are reports, mostly from Kazakhstan, but also coming from Russia, is that Russia has now blocked the transit of Kazakh oil through Russia to Germany, the endpoint of the PCK refinery in Germany, and that Russia has said there's going to be no oil transiting Russian territory
getting
to
screwed.
Germany, which is exactly what Europe wanted. It's not that Europe is getting screwed. Europe asked for this. Europe wanted this. This is exactly what Europe and Germany signed up for. They should be they should be thanking Putin for being so lenient of not cutting this off earlier, if these reports are indeed true. Like I said, the Kremlin has not quite confirmed this. I haven't seen a statement from the Kremlin saying that they've confirmed this, but all the major outlets are picking this up. Financial Times, Reuters. I imagine it's true. This goes into effect on May 1st. This is what Europe asked for. They're the ones that placed sanctions on Russia. They're the ones that wanted this proxy war with Russia. They're the ones that escalated. They passed a 20th sanctions package today. And what was that 20th sanctions package focused on? Energy, cutting off Russian energy, cutting off Russian gas and Russian oil, and going after Russia's shadow fleet, which is any ship that's not insured by Lloyd's of London. That's what the scary shadow fleet is all about. It's just all stupidity coming out of the collective West. They're all marketing memes and names and stuff to suck people into a stupid narrative, which is that they're incompetent. They have no idea what they are doing, or maybe they do know what they're doing, and maybe the plan is to just stuff Europe because they're doing a damn good job at it.
The IAEA has cut their forecast for Russian oil exports by 120,000 barrels per day, 120,000 barrels per day for the rest of the year. So with the April drop of 300 to 400,000 barrels per day, output is likely running around 8.5 to 8.7 million barrels per day now. Russia remains the world's third largest producer, blah, blah, blah. So there is a pretty significant drop. You're saying, so has it escalated, and you're saying it's just not enough to make a difference in the war?
I would wait for Russia's numbers on that. That's what I would do there. And once again, the Russian energy architecture, the energy infrastructure in Russia is massive. It's a massive country with massive infrastructure all over the place. It's going to take a lot more than drones to knock out Russia's energy infrastructure. Russia has been hammering Ukraine for 4 years, and they still haven't knocked out completely their energy infrastructure. It's hard. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we've seen
a couple of drones.
Yeah.
If you think a couple of drones from Zelensky that Europe allows to pass through their airspace, and Europe has received a warning. This is the dangerous part to it all, is that Europe has received the warning from Russia, a list published of the drone facilities that are operating throughout Europe, Turkey, and Israel that are manufacturing drones that Russia claims are being used to attack internationally recognized Russian Federation territory. That's the key. We're not talking about drones that are attacking what the collective West says is disputed Russian territory. We're talking about drones that are being used to attack the Moscow region, to attack the Leningrad region. And Russia's claim is that those drones are using European airspace as well to then make their way through to the Leningrad region and to attack Russia. And it's not only, and Russia's very clear. They've said
drones originating from where?
Originating from Ukraine or originating from Europe? Does it make a difference? Russia's claim is Europe, you're manufacturing drones at facilities, which then are either being launched from your region or are using your airspace in order to attack territory that you yourself recognize as Russian. For example, St. Petersburg. So in essence, you're an accomplice to attacking Russia. That's their claim.
Are you worried then? So how is Russia going to retaliate to all this then? Because they've threatened to strike drone manufacturing facilities, I think, as well. There's been reports that they might be.
I don't know how. Look, I don't know if they're going to react at all, or if they don't react. So far, Europe has gotten away with crossing quite a few Russian red lines, in my opinion, and they've gotten away with it. The biggest red line was Biden crossing long-range missile strikes into Russian territory. He got away with that. And the reason he got away with it is because Trump was about to enter the Oval Office, and Trump promised no more long-range strikes into Russia, a promise that once again turned out to be a lie from the Trump administration. But that's the only reason that Biden got away with it, is because Putin decided, okay, well, Biden's on his way out, Trump's on his way in, and Trump explicitly said on the campaign trail that there will be no long-range missile strikes into internationally recognized Russian territory. Putin fell for it. He believed it. But that red line, that was the biggest red line that was crossed. And there've been others, a few others.
So one could argue that now is a pretty good time for Russia to escalate, because the line has been pushed time and time again. And we've talked about restraint on the Russian side and how to retaliate with increased support by the Europeans and the Americans to Ukraine. But right now we have the Russian advancements has been, from the reports that I've seen, the slowest it's been in many, many months on Ukrainian territory. And it would take, based on how they're advancing in the last 3 to 4 months this year, the numbers this year will take them 4 years to capture the Donbass.
That's not how it works, though, Mario. That's not how it works. It's not how it
so
works.
It's a war of attrition until Ukraine capitulates.
Yeah, it's not how it works. It's not about, I capture 1 kilometer today. That means I'm going to capture 1 kilometer tomorrow, another kilometer. That's not how it works.
But what metric? So the reason
the military will collapse. The military will collapse. And
the only thing is
much faster.
For people on the outside, the only way to measure things, like when people talk about the Russian economy collapsing, anyone could say that, but the only way to tell is just looking at the numbers. Russia's energy facilities are being pummeled. We'll look at their production capacity.
Hasn't been really impacted.
No, I'm saying these are the claims.
Energy facilities are being pummeled.
I know. I'm saying
on their own making. From their own making, they're pummeling their own energy facilities.
So I'm saying the metric to be able to they did, especially Germany, they did do that, and they did a great job at it. They pummeled their own facilities better than Russia's, but you look at the numbers of their production. You look at the production capacity as a way to be able to tell, okay, they can still, their capacities and their infrastructure is huge, and being able to destroy that infrastructure and their ability to repair it and be able to continue producing is very difficult, because the numbers tell a different story to the claims. When you look at the advancements on the ground, now obviously there's always the argument of like waiting for the Ukrainian military to collapse. Well, that's also been discussed for many years. Ukraine hasn't collapsed militarily. I thought they'd be suffering a lot more now because of the Iran war. Maybe we'll see the impact later on, because the US is holding back on supplying a lot of their allies, including Ukraine, because they've got their own problems now. I'm not sure if you saw the report yesterday by CNN. Precision missiles 50% depleted, THAADs 50%, Patriots 50%, Tomahawks 30%.
Why does the U.S. have such low stockpiles to begin with?
They already had them low before, because their production capacity is slow, and they've just fired so many in Iran.
Yeah, but why did they start out the war with Iran with such low stockpiles? Exactly.
Yeah, I remember we were having this discussion before the Iran war. Now it's just sped it up. So I understand these factors, but then when you look at on the ground, there's 2 arguments. One is the rate of advancement, because that's a way to measure success, not the only one. The other one is death, casualties on each side. Impossible to verify that one. But in terms of kilometers captured, in March is about 100 kilometers. February is 126, January is 245, December is 244, November was 700. The month before that, every month was about 400 before November last year. So last year was about 400 a month. November peaked at 700 and then dropped to 244. And in the last 2 months, it's been about 100. Yeah, last month, 126. So then the argument is about the Ukrainian military collapsing. Now, I'm asking this not as an expert. This is just what people always answer is, but the Ukrainian military, the other side says the Ukrainian military hasn't collapsed yet. It's been about to collapse for years. So is there an argument to be made? And I haven't been following the Ukraine war closely, so my questions today will not be, is there an argument to be made that Ukraine is putting up a much stronger fight than expected? And why? Where are they getting the weapons from? Because there's also another report. Sorry, Alex, one more thing. There was another report that significantly more missiles were fired in this war in Iran in that month than Ukraine has used up in the entire war. So Ukraine has been very cognizant of the amount of supply they have, which is very limited, and still been able to slow the Russians down this year.
Well, I mean, where Ukraine is getting the weapons from, they're getting them from the United States and from Europe, right? They're using a lot of drones. That's been their main weapon going forward. Actually, that is their strategy going forward, is now pretty much drone warfare, because everything else is drying up. But has Ukraine been slowing the Russian advance? If you're measuring everything from how much Russia is advancing as a metric of success, you can make that argument that Russia is not advancing in the way that I believe they should be advancing in order to claim victory. But those aren't the metrics that Russia is going by. And
I've seen
for
those
Russia,
videos.
and think of it this way: if Russia, and we don't know what Russia's goals are, right? We don't know. Me and you are not privy to that type of information. At least I'm not. I don't know if you are, but we don't know what Russia's exact goal is, right? So
And how far they're willing to go? How far they're willing to go as well?
We don't know. We don't know. We have terms that were issued in June of 2024. Those were Putin's terms, right? June of 2024, Istanbul Plus. Those were his terms. Russia has not issued any new terms since then. There is the belief, and I think it is now widely accepted, that Russia is about to go on a big spring offensive. And the goal of that offensive is to wrap up the Donbass. This is what the belief is. And this is how it looks. When you look at everything on the battlefield, it does look like Russia is preparing for that big offensive where they're going to wrap up Donbass. And that just means Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, pretty much, the two last big fortified strongholds. And once they do that, I expect Russia to issue new terms. Now, what the timeline for this is, it's believed that this is expected to be wrapped up in 2026. Now, does it matter
capturing all 4 oblasts?
Now, does it? Well, I'm saying Donbass.
Okay.
I'm saying Donbass, Slavyansk, and Kramatorsk. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Zaporozhye.
So the objective is to be able to capture the entire Donbass.
And this is what the analysis says. Russia has not issued any statement saying this. So I want to be clear. Okay. Russia has not issued, but this is what a lot of the mapping channels are looking at. This is what a lot of the military analysts are saying. When you look at the battlefield and everything, this is how they see everything setting up. There's a situation going on in the north in Sumy and Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporozhye. Sure, there's a lot of activity across a very long front line. But let's not forget that all of this started because of Donbass, and it's all about Donbass. So this is the key battle, because that's what all of this was about, is about, and it still remains about, is Donbass. Lugansk,
how many troops are they losing? There's a report they lost 15,000 troops, 30,000 troops a month. Impossible to really verify. I know that there's one way of looking at it is how many bodies they trade on each side.
Look at that. Look at that. And I know all the excuses. Russia's advancing and Russia's picking up the troops as they advance. Well, that's an admission that Russia's advancing then, isn't it? That Russia's moving forward if they're picking up the bodies, or if it's that much easier to pick up the bodies, that much easier to provide care to soldiers that are wounded instead of just leaving them behind, which is what they claim, what a lot of Ukraine is claiming. Well, we have to move back and therefore we have to leave the bodies behind and we can't provide the medical care. Whatever argument, whichever way you slice it or dice it, the body count numbers, it all points in a very big, decisive Russian victory and Russian advance. And these are not numbers that are just 3 months old. These are 2-year-old numbers, which are holding pretty much exact every single month. Almost to the number, it's 1,000 to 30, 1,000 to 31, 1,000 to 25, 1,000 to 36. Every single month over the past 17, 18, 19 months. So to me, that's the best statistic and indicator that we have of not only the whole casualties debate, which none of us really know. We have an idea, but none of us really know. But that's the best indicator as to how lopsided this conflict has become. Incredibly lopsided. But Zelensky could still go around and get his money. And that's what matters to Zelensky and his crew and to the globalists and to the Europeans and to NATO and to the collective West. If we can keep on getting the money to Zelensky and then getting the money into Ukraine and then getting the money out of Ukraine, that's what's important. In much the same way that a lot of what is driving Iran is getting those trades, pumping and dumping. That's very important. That's a very important narrative to both of these wars. Is that there are groups of people who are driving these wars that are that are making a lot of money and want to continue to make money.
There's two metrics that I want to ask you about. According to the Institute of the Study of War, March, there's only, I got my numbers wrong, 5.5 kilometers squared captured by Russia. In April, it's been just a few villages, and the possibility that they've lost ground in April. Now, Russia's numbers, so year to date, according to the Institute of the Study of the War, Russia captured 400 kilometers squared. Now, I know I'm bringing it up and you told me, Mario, that's insignificant. That's not how warfare works. So I just want to offer that context again for the audience. Russia claims 1,700. But there is another thing that matters. Obviously, it's the economy that matters a lot. And they do have the sharpest monthly drop in terms of oil production, 300,000 to 400,000 barrels per day. Because of the strikes on the refineries. So my question there is threefold, and I'm not stating these as facts because I know you've disputed them. It's impossible to really know. And by the way, on April, I've had it confirmed, is that, actually, no, I wouldn't use that source as trustworthy. But my question is the following.
I wouldn't use the Institute of the Study of War as trustworthy.
Exactly. I was expecting you to say that as well.
Victoria Nuland's family? Really?
Yeah,
really?
fine.
Victoria Nuland, FDEU, Victoria Nuland's family, Institute of the Study of War? Really? They've been wrong about everything since the beginning. Yeah, they've been wrong about everything. Here's a better way to phrase this, in my opinion. If Russia gains a couple of kilometers for the next 3 months, and that's all they gain, but the last 2 weeks of December, they capture all of Donbass, what does all of the other stuff before matter? You see what I mean? I mean, you can't look at it in this way. I mean, this is how the West looks at it. This is how the Institute of the Study of War likes to look at it. And this is how they need to frame it. They need to frame it like this, because when they can go and say, well, they're only gaining a couple of kilometers a week, what that does is that it misleads the public to go along with the policymakers and say, okay, give them another 90 billion, give them another 50 billion. Just a little bit more and the economy's going to collapse. Just a little bit more and Putin's going to get sick. Just a little bit more and the oil is going to go bust. We've been hearing this over and over again. This is the hope strategy.
What do you think Putin will do if a hypothetical? I'm not saying he is losing now, and my argument is that Russia's doing a lot better than people have said. The economy is sustaining the war a lot better. Otherwise, the war would have ended. Putin would have conceded more on the negotiating table, but he's stood by his demands. Now, if Russia starts to lose ground, or the economy starts to suffer more than expected, or militarily Ukraine starts to gain ground, or whatever, something happens, how could Putin respond? If Putin decides to escalate, what does the escalation ladder look like? Because we've discussed it at length with Iran.
I mean,
if he gets to it,
we talk about Putin like he's the madman. Meanwhile, we got Trump.
No, not as a madman. Not as a madman.
Who's going berserko? But
I don't think he's a madman. I mean, it's a pragmatic escalation ladder. What could he do?
I think that Russia is fighting this war according to the way that the general staff wants to fight it. I think that has been Putin's policy over the last year. I think he has pretty much said, it doesn't mean that he's hands off. It doesn't mean that he's not keeping an eye on things, that he's not consulting with the general staff and Gerasimov and all of these guys. But I think he's just said, I think the entire Security Council of the Russian Federation has said, we're going to leave this to the military people. They've got a plan. They're executing it. So far, it is executed over the past 4 years to our advantage. And I believe they're going to continue to do this because time is on their side. And they understand this. And you know what? It has proven that time is on their side, because we're talking about Russia's economy and Russia's oil and Russia's problem. But no one talks about Europe's economy, Europe's oil or lack of oil, Europe's gas or lack of gas, Europe's problems. What about Ukraine's economy, which is non-existent? They have no economy. If they didn't get the 90 billion from Europe, which is also broke, so you have a broke Europe giving a broke Ukraine 90 billion. And it's not a loan, it's a gift. And who's going to be on the hook for this 90 billion? Europeans. The EU member states are going to be on the hook. They're the ones that are taking out the loan to give the money to Zelensky. no one talks about the other side and what their situation is. Russia is in a much stronger position from any metric, diplomatic.
They did lose
economic,
diplomatically. They lost
militarily.
Orban, though. How significant do you think that is? They lost their biggest ally in the EU.
Insignificant. What did Orban? Orban may have been. Orban was never an ally of Russia. Orban was not a friend of Russia. Orban was Europe to his fingertips. He was EU through and through, but he wanted a different EU. He wanted to reform the EU. You know the guy. He wanted to reform the EU from within. He wanted a better EU, an EU that was more sovereigntist, an EU that was not as centralized, that was not as globalist in its thinking, a more conservative, perhaps you could say, EU, a more fiscally responsible EU, an EU that allowed the member states to look after their national interest, an EU with borders. I mean, these are the things that Orban.
But he was the one
valued.
standing. But he was standing in the way of those assets.
He was recently, but there were 20 sanctions packages that he signed off on. There were 19 sanctions packages that he did eventually sign off on. So whatever resistance Orban put up when it came to sanctions against Russia, eventually he would sign off on them. I mean, he was pragmatic. Orban was one of the last remaining pragmatic leaders. Europe lost, the EU lost, Hungary lost, because now with Magyar, the only thing that's going to happen to Hungary is that it's going to go from a position of being a small country punching way above its weight and having a lot of influence on the global stage. And now it's just going to be consumed into the EU blob, into the Brussels blob. And it's just going to be another small to medium-sized European member state that is just going to go with whatever Brussels dictates. I mean, Orban really separated Hungary to become a player on the global stage.
As a final question, what would it take, and it's a tough question I've tried asking you before, what would it take for Putin, which I also think is a pragmatic player, I think, and you might disagree with me, I think Trump, Putin, and the Iranians are all more pragmatic than people give him credit for. But on the Putin side, what would it take for him to potentially escalate beyond Ukraine, take this to European borders? And I'm not saying a direct strike on NATO. That wouldn't be a pragmatic step. But some asymmetric warfare, or escalating his asymmetric warfare, asymmetric targeting of European production facilities or drones or energy infrastructure or the transport lines to Ukraine.
I think we're close, because I think Russia has issued the warning. I think the Russian Ministry of Defense has issued the list of facilities. Lavrov has issued a statement. Shoigu has issued a statement, and Shoigu's position is very high and very significant in the Security Council. I believe he's the secretary of the Security Council. Maria Zakharova has also issued a statement on this. So you have the top level Russian officials have all issued statement. Medvedev has issued a statement on this. They've all issued statements about the facilities. They've all made the claim that these facilities are manufacturing drones that are then used to attack internationally recognized Russian territory. And the Russian Ministry of Defense published a list of all these facilities. So I think we're there. Now, the question is, does NATO and Europe, do they heed these warnings, or do they say to themselves, you know, Putin's all talk, Russia's all talk, we can continue to, if the claim is true from Russia, I want to state, if the claim is true from Russia, we can continue to allow Ukraine to use their airspace, to use our airspace to attack St. Petersburg. No worries, Russia's not going to do anything. Or do they actually take these warnings seriously? If they don't take these warnings seriously, and we do see drone strikes allegedly going up towards, up through the Baltic states, through Finland, and then turning east and hitting St. Petersburg, which is what Russia claims is happening. And they've actually singled out the 3 Baltic states and Finland. So they've actually singled out 4 countries.
Oh, wow.
They've said this in a statement. Then I think we're there. Then I think Russia is going to take some action. What that action is,
11 sites across countries, including the UK, Germany, Latvia, Lithuania, Denmark, the Netherlands, Poland, Czechia. These are described as joint venture Ukrainian-linked facilities producing strike drones.
Yeah. You see, the distinction is once again, it's not it's not that these drones are being manufactured and then sent to Ukraine to be used on the battlefield. That would be a whole different thing. Russia wouldn't be able to say anything, pretty much. Yes, you're an accomplice to this war. Yes, you're providing weapons to Ukraine, but these drones are going to the battlefield. But when the drones are being used according to Russia in order to attack internationally recognized Russian territory, there's a problem.
Yeah.
There's a big problem.
Alex, thank you so much, man, for coming on. I enjoyed discussing Russia again. It's good. We should do more shows on Russia. I think a lot of people have ignored the war in Ukraine, which is a much more dangerous war for the world.
We're doing shows on the Duran, a lot of shows on Russia on the Duran as well. And I think we should do more shows on Russia. But it's all connected. It is all connected in a certain way. And things are heating up in Russia now that winter's gone, and we could be having a big spring offensive. So definitely, let's keep an eye on what's happening.
I'd love to do that. And people should check out the show on the Duran for sure. Thank you, Alex.
All right. Thank you, Myra. Take care.
All right, everyone. We'll hope you enjoyed today's interview. Also, the interview I did with the former Prime Minister Ehud of Israel has just been released on X. I think it's about to be released on YouTube as well. Tomorrow, I'll be seeing you starting the same time as we did today, 7 p.m. Dubai time. Not sure what that is, your time zone. We've got some new guests tomorrow. A lot of new guests tomorrow. And then we have the regular is Karen, Lieutenant Colonel Karen. Other guests, we have Kenneth Rogoff, who's going to be discussing the economic situation of the Iran war. We got Rabbi Elhan Beck, who's going to be discussing it. I'll probably be discussing Israeli actions in the region. The clashes with Hezbollah are still ongoing. We've also got a discussion with Sal. He's a chair, Department of History, Crime. So we've got a lot of great guests, a lot of new names. I haven't researched them yet. But guys, hope you enjoyed today's show. I'll see you again tomorrow. And thanks for joining. Bye.